What up, nitwitchels? How's everybody doing? Turn your freaking top chat to live chat, pretty please, would you, for me? That would be awesome. How's everybody doing? What's up? Tell me right now. Is everyone okay? Everyone having a good day? I need to know currently. Hurry. Hurry. Eject, eject, eject. Sorry, I always forget to eject my hard drives. Because they be slowing my shit down. Beep boop, beep boop. Alright, boys. Y'all ready to feed the cats? Dude, guess what? So, I was like, I gotta slow down on the booch a little bit. So I went to the grocery store and I found a giant booch for $10, and it's as many as 4 booches, which is usually like $16. Can't wait to show you the giant booch. I'm gonna try and drink the whole thing tonight. No, I'm just kidding. That would be crazy. I survived the internet meltdown today. Great. No, but this will help. I quit my job again. LOL, I feel great. Hell yeah, Noel. I miss Cat Dad. Hi. Wait, I miss Cat Dad? I'm right here. Marked as safe. Doing good. You might not have seen yet, but I put a new song for us in the disco. Hell yeah, I did, and we're going to listen to it. Love this time together, nitwitches. Hell yeah. Gotta slow down on the booch. Buys a giant one. I bought. It's me, Edward 40 kombucha hands. My work was unaffected by the internet meltdown. I didn't even know about it till I got home. Yeah, I didn't know about it till now. I wasn't really affected. The people at work who like get me footage, they couldn't get shit, but I had clips, I guess, so I didn't get to take the day off. Anyway, y'all ready for this? Let's get cracking. Oh my god, wait, everyone has animals in here. Shoot. I didn't notice this yesterday. Here's Black Deathicus's kitties. There's Scornhole's kitties from yesterday. Whose are these? Chop Suey's. Oh my gosh. Eternally Bumpins. Oh! Stop it. Oh, is this yours too? Let's go, dude. Oh yeah, it's the same kidder. Oh, Skyboy. Dude, if I bend over too close to him when he's on counter, he likes to jump up on my back. He's not the best at using his claws while trying to balance on me, though. Dude. Astatine? Look at this little guy. Dendritic? Oh my goodness. Aloshi. Oh, chickers. Aloish is what I meant. Black Deaths again. Let's go, dude. I love me some Kitteronis. Kitty. A Doge. A cow? Dude, you got a freaking cow? Ashwood. Damn, dude, everybody got cats. Everybody got pets. Oh, the little guys. Y'all gotta stop. Alright, where do we put it, Bunny General? The Shifter King. Dude, this is good. The Illuminati Pyramid. Department of Arts and Crafts.
9/11, the internet.
Oldie but a goodie. Event.
Do it. 9/11 the internet.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna go feed the kidderonis. Or wait, hold on. Let's listen to Black Death and then we'll come back because I wanna hear Bunny's track. I wanna hear the premiere. Not while I'm feeding kidders. All right, here we go, boys.
Gather round, boys and girls, while I tell you the ghost story of old Timothy McVeigh. Some say he's now in the
Gonna go feed
FBI,
Squeaks.
known as Frank and Paul. Let's just say you're lucky you weren't there.
Mr. Bunny posted his dogs in here a year ago.
That heart back in his chest, and Robert Mueller put 2 bolts in Paul Weissel's neck.
Working in the FBI lab late one night when my eyes beheld such
Yeah, drop your wiener dogs. Drop the wiener dog immediately.
an eerie sight. My monster paw from the slab began
All right,
to rise.
BRB,
and
gonna feed kitties.
suddenly, to my
surprise, you did the mash.
monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. FBI paid him in cash. He didn't even pay for his pass.
Is that true, Paul? Mr. Weissel?
From the laboratory in Quantico East to the master bedroom where the Habsburgs feast. Clan ghosts all came from their humble abodes to get a free ride on Paul's little chode. They did the monster smash. It was a graveyard smash. Someone lost their keys in Paul's ass. They did the monster mash.
That's fucked up.
The feds were having a lot of fun, but Diddy's white party had just begun. The guests included Peter Thiel, Cash Patel, and Paul his son. The bodies were rotting, so they're all digging the ground. Paul complaining about his tight-fitting gown. FBI made sure that nobody survived. I didn't even believe the crisis actor until the homie cried. They played the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It caught on in a flash. They paid Paul in cash. Someone lost keys in his ass. Out from his coffin, Paul's voice did ring. Seems he was troubled by just one thing. Opened his lid.
Look at this. Right? Oh, man. 48 fluid ounces, boys. I think this is 4 of them. You think I could do it? That would be so funny.
He shook his fist and he said, what happened to my Lebensborn twist? It's now the real monster mash. And it's a graveyard smash. It's caught in a flash. It's now the monster mash. Now everything's cool, Paul thinks he's the man, and Monster Mash is the hit of the land. For you, the living, this smash was meant to. When you get to my door, tell them FBI sent you, and you can Monster Mash, and do the graveyard smash. You catch on in a flash, and then you can Monster Mash.
Paul, I hope somebody goes to the grocery store you're about to shop in and touches all the produce before you buy it.
Holy Paul, head on my chest. Just cry into my shoulders, Paul.
Hey, yo, what up?
Yo, I hate this bitch.
Nah, you don't gotta be like that.
No, I'm serious though.
Everybody got aunts that says stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling embarrassed. Like, whoa, you and Paul shouldn't be cuddling before marriage. Aunt Deborah, don't you know that's how you catch a disease? How dare this woman never practice what she preached? First to throw stones and first to have a glass in reach. It's like she's trying to find herself inside every shattered piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid bitch, couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie Downer? She'll come bring a negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles, only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole, probably cause you're dead inside. You pray to a lizard god and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone should be called
Debbie-wary. We're coming for you, Deb.
Ready to fuck up any recipe that piques her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt Deb, not a beautiful flower, she had planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man that did. This Westworld robot probably.
We're in Deb-Rocktober.
I
think he might have a booch addiction.
Black bag and won't even act sad. Probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should have just.
I'm booched up, boys.
Classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI.
Yeah, literal 40-ounce booch. 48 ounces.
Really don't know me, ma'am. I bet Paul's the only one to subscribe to
Deb's lonely OnlyFans, bitch.
Type of heaven's a camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like my mind is getting a cramp. But I'm not even kidding when I'm admitting that they 9/11 my aunt.
All mumbling and embarrassed, like, whoa.
Next time I go over to her house, I'm not even taking my shoes off when I walk in that
Aunt
shit.
Deb. All right, boys, here we go. The world premiere. Oh, okay.
Oceans on fire, billionaires in space. AI writes laws while we scroll for grace. Life costs double, wages don't move. Everybody's healing in a crystal groove. Ice caps melting, rent too high. New war drops while we meme online. Politicians dropping shit bombs on attack. Smile for the cameras while they stab your back.
Oh!
The world's insane, it's full of luck, but nobody
gives a fuck.
Yeah, the sky's on fire, we're
Out of luck, but nobody gives a fuck.
Crypto crash, cults of fame.
We're all broken, but we're all the game. Plastic
Oceans, poison bees.
Drive through health in a pill with cheese.
Streaming wars, AI art. Every new hit sounds torn apart. We pray for peace, reload the gun. Post thoughts and prayers, problems done. Yeah, the world's insane, it's run amok. But nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, the sky's on fire, we're out of luck. But nobody gives a fuck. Here for a minute, forget in an hour. Buy a new gadget, pretend we got power. March for a cause, post one tweet, then ghost the world when it's not on beat.
Oh! Oh, let's go!
Yeah, the world's insane, it's run amok, but nobody
Gives a fuck.
Scroll, tap, laugh, repeat, that's us. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck.
Paul, repent from Deb. We also hate your fucking Buick LeSabre.
Everything's broken, that's the joke. We're choking on smoke, but we call it woke. Guess that's life, just punch your luck. Cause nobody anywhere ever gives a fuck.
Let's go, dude. They say AI ain't got a soul. Fuck you. Or is this you playing guitar?
Broken, that's the joke. We're choking on smoke, but we call it woke. Guess that's life, just punch your luck. Cause nobody anywhere ever gives a fuck.
Dude, this is a bop. Let's go. All right, Suno. Welcome to the chat, Suno. Fuck yeah, boys. Let's go. We ride at 6:25. How's everybody? Y'all ready to get cracking? Good job, Bunny. We love that. We'll put that in the rotation. Got the 2 Feet-esque bluesy breakdown in there. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, it does go fucking hard. Actually, fuck it. What else do we got to do?
Oceans on fire, billionaires in space. AI writes laws while we scroll for grace. Life costs double, wages don't move. Everybody's healing in a crystal groove. Ice caps melting, rent too high. New war drops while we meme online. Politicians dropping shit bombs on attack. Smile for the cameras while they stab your back. Yeah, the world's insane, it's run 'em up, but nobody
Gives a fuck.
Yeah, the sky's on fire, we're out of luck, but nobody
Gives a fork.
Crypto crash, cults of fame. We're all broken, but we love the game. Plastic oceans, poison bees. Drive through health in a pill with cheese. Streaming wars, AI art. Every new hit sounds torn apart. We pray for peace, reload the gun. Post thoughts and prayers, problems done. Yeah, the world's insane, it's run 'em up, but nobody
Gives a fork.
Yeah, the sky's on fire, we're out of luck, but nobody gives a fuck. Here for a minute, forget in an hour. Buy a new gadget, pretend we got power. March for a cause, post one tweet, then ghost the world when it's not on beat.
Paul would remove his shirt to that song.
Yeah, the world's insane, it's run 'em up, but nobody gives a fuck. Scroll, tap, laugh, repeat, that's us. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck. Everything's broken, that's the joke. We're choking on smoke, but we call it woke. Guess that's life, just punch your luck. Cause nobody anywhere ever gives a fuck. Everything's broken, that's the joke. We're choking on smoke, but we call it woke. Guess that's life, just punch your luck. Cause nobody anywhere ever gives a fuck.
All right, Bunny's in the chat. Bunny is here, boys. All right, let's hear what Doinkle's got to say. Welcome to the show, boys. Let's get rowdy. Let's get rowdy and loudy, okay?
All roads lead to Argentina. And did you know after the Second World War, the United States was looking for the little mustache man in Argentina?
I didn't say it.
Yeah, and their search ended in a place called La Falda. Yeah, but about 600-700 miles northeast of La Falda is a little town called Asuncion, where a hotel known for meetups and the supposed burial place of a specific person. I have been saying that they went down there, they've been breeding, and they've just been sneaking up here over the time and just trying to redo the shit that they didn't get done in the 40s. A year ago, I would have thought I was...
None of your family has heard the Deb song? Just goes to show how much they sleep on my music. LOL. I did show my dad the Carol of the Pauls. Dude, they gotta hear Aunt Deb's song. Bro. Do they just know that you wrote a song about Aunt Deb?
Crazy. A year ago I would, but then there was that guy on the Zoom call who had the Swazi inside the American flag. Proof. What? How old is he? How old is he? Who would his parents be? And what about the 2021 CPAC convention stage? The fucking stage was shaped as the Odal rune that they wore on their fucking collars.
Doinkles knows that it's Nazis running everything. Good job, Doinkles. We love you.
Anyway, they sent $40 billion to Argentina as a contingency plan in case shit fails here. They'll have somewhere to go. And I just tried to record this video on YouTube, And it didn't record any of my video, my voice, nothing. I'm crashing out. All roads lead to Argentina.
Hell yeah. We love doinkles. We've been saying it, dude. They gotta protect their assets. Argentina is one of their fucking Nazi assets. They're so boring, right? Oh, man. All right, look. The Portland cucks be shooting protesters straight in the face with pepper balls. Thanksgiving. Yeah, Thanksgiving's coming up.
Aggressive! What the fuck?
Literally shot his phone, bro.
DHS is continuing to shoot people in the head with pepper balls in Portland, as well as shooting near people's faces when they don't have eye protection on. Yeah, this is, again, just asking for
I did not see that coming. Amen. Me either, bro.
Lawsuit. That priest who was shot in Chicago, he is now suing the Trump administration for that injury.
Bro, they popped him right on the noggin. Right in the noggin hole. Oh, dude, watch this fucking DHS cop sweat. Oh, watch out, he's fast marching. That is a tiny boy. That's a little guy. It's so cute how tiny he is. Isn't that sweet? Dude, watch him fucking tremble when he's standing here. Oh shit. This is so overstimulating. I'm gonna push you out of the way. Protecting and serving, boys. This is what it looks like. Hey, bro weighs 104 pounds with the police costume on. Well, they'd have to be able to read to uphold the Constitution. All right, Corn Pop talks about the AWS shit. Let's hear what he's got to say.
So AWS went down, and as a result, a fuck ton of the internet also
Jeff Bezos'S internet went down today, boys.
went down. And if ever there needed to be a case for why we need to bring back antitrust, anti-monopoly, democratic politics, it's this. Okay? The fact that one company having a single fucking prod push can take down the British government's website is bananas. It's bananas. It should not be this way. Okay? I don't remember if it's over 90%, but I know it's very close. Between Google Cloud, Azure from Microsoft, and AWS, I think that these three represent like 90% or more of cloud compute spend in the United States. This should not happen when the entire way that we access digital products and services is reliant on cloud computing. We should not have three companies who fucking run the shit, because it means that one of them having a system outage can do this, where people can't pay each other on Venmo, people can't go and fucking hit an emote in Fortnite, not that that matters, and people can't access government websites. That's crazy. Break up the fucking monopolies, man. So AWS went down, and as a result...
I don't know. I think that they should just be able to do whatever the fuck they want. Why should we interfere in the free market? Oh, now we got a bunch of ice cucks in Chicago, in Chi-Town, boys. I have this sudden urge to dance to that siren, like, woo, 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 shirt off. Dude, they're such a mess, right? Bro, these kids are fucking tackling them. What, are they beating up a kid? Or do they have a kid pinned down to the ground? They're just running over top of cars. Did you see him try and Derek Chauvin this kid? Watch this guy's knee right here. Dude, these fucking Proud Boys are fucking cucks. I like the kids drop kicking them. That's kind of awesome. Very bold play. Super bold play. What up, Eternally? We were looking at your kitty. We were looking at your kitty earlier. I found him on from when he posted him a couple months ago on the disco. I didn't see it before. Cutie. They just smoke bomb themselves.
Fuck the police! Look at him, yes sir. I better watch out. Fuck the police!
Bro, it'd be funny as fuck to take one of those tear gas canisters and throw it in their cop car.
Look at this bitch. Fuck guys! Look at this bitch doing that shit.
You're so fucking stupid, dude. Oh, dude, this was funny.
My apartment cost a humble $2,300.
Wait.
And for the record, what is your monthly rent or mortgage, Mr. Sliwa?
About $3,900. It's not.
Mr. Mamdani, what is your monthly rent or mortgage?
$2,300.
Mr. Cuomo.
He has a rent-stabilized apartment that a poor person's supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800.
Okay. And
okay, now listen to this guy's take. It's so funny.
That nigga Cuomo said, why do y'all have me debating these broke ass niggas? Nigga said he live in a rent stabilized apartment. Nigga Mom Donnie said that my apartment cost a humble $2,300. That nigga Cuomo said, why do y'all have me debating these broke ass niggas? Nigga said he live in a rent stabilized apartment. Get this po ass nigga off the stage. That nigga said, pull out a cane and grab this po ass nigga and pull him away from me. Get this broke ass nigga out of here. Nigga said he pays $2,300 because he lives where the poor people are supposed to live. What? It said, since when y'all got me debating members of the community? You know what I'm saying? Since when y'all got me debating people who actually gotta live in these conditions? Y'all don't get this impoverished child away from me. Then this a nigga talking about, I got shot 5 times by the Gaudis. And that shit didn't mean shit to me. Now, that's tough. I will give you that, old white dude. That's tough. But niggas ain't trying to have you in the mayor's seat so you can fucking so you can get all your unfinished business finished. That nigga said, I'm making the ultimate strive for power and I'm gonna punish these niggas. That's that, boy. Shout out New York, man. Nigga Mom Donnie said that my apartment cost a humble $2,300. That nigga Cuomo said, why do y'all
must be nice to be in a fucking Mom Donnie found some fucking 2007 rent prices. What the fuck? Must be nice to work for the CIA and be a fucking South African Nepo baby who changed his accent like 3 years ago. Anyway, check out Portland Frog. Portland Frog is glowing the fuck up, boys.
Not to be the bad guy. When is the last time you want to see a bad guy do the rap game like me? I went and caught the chopsticks. Put it in my bun just to pop shit. Oh, I get it. They painted me out to be the bad guy. When is the last time you want to see a bad guy do the rap game like me? I went and caught the chopsticks. Put it in my bun just to pop shit. Oh, I get it.
So good. I agree. This is coming fascism in America is going to be hitting. It's going to be slapping pretty soon, boys.
Here is what is so obviously coming next. The cruelty under capitalism is going to exacerbate and calcify. There isn't going to be anywhere left to turn. The capitalists have won. There's nothing you can do. You can work as hard as you want. The cost of living is going to inflate faster than you can earn a living, right? So people that call attention to this, content creators, people that show you graphs and charts, are going to be silenced, right? Because we're living under fascism now. And fascism dictates that the truth has to be different. There can't...
Wait, pet break. Okay, McNarsty's added... Is this a bearded lizard? Bearded dragon? Cute. This was my pit mush as a puppy. Oh! Stop. Stop. What a little guy. Holy shit, there's a lot of pets. Okay, then we got the kitty gang again. Dude. And they snuggle. And the dog gang. What a gang of pups. That's a ragtag group. Oh, here's the little ween. Look at him. Red bearded dragon Glizzy. Glizzy the Lizzy. Oh my goodness. Whose is this? How come some names come up as I? It's just like one letter. Who's I? Well, we love your little border. What is it? Border collie? Great pets. Yeah, that wiener dog is precious. I love the bow tie. Wait, what's wiener dog's name?
Can't be an objective reality. You just have to basically pretend that what's happening is not happening. You go to the grocery store, ground beef is $19, lettuce is $7, and your daughter won't come out of her room. And you're like, oh, I wonder why all this is happening.
I bet it has something to do with streamer mode. Oh yeah, it says usernames have been truncated.
And it's because like 1,000 people want to get richer, you know? And there are very convincing arguments you can make to be like, oh, I'm, not going to be able to live anymore. And those will be squashed, right?
Oh yeah, everyone's gonna have to put their animal costumes in the disco when it's time. Okay? You're all gonna be called on.
So this channel, what I'm talking about, is not going to exist in a year.
Oh, sorry, you were here eternally. Okay, good. You saw.
I'm going to be taking out a lot of different creators that have edgier, and when I say edgy, I mean telling the truth, brands are going to be excised from the public discourse.
Wait, what? This is a long-haired chihuahua? Oh, he's kind of small. Cute, dude. That's a cute little guy. Dude, playing the frickin' keyboard, playing the piano and everything. Everybody seems like they are blessed with good boys. Except for me. I've got nothing but bad.
And what you'll be left with, what Instagram and TikTok are going to become, is just a marketing tool, right? people that are willing to sell you Sephora products or Lululemon. That's going to be what remains. But people who speak about what's coming, that's all going away. So yeah, enjoy it.
Where's this DHS video that you're talking about? Creatress, there's a Nitwitch Pets tab in the disco. You can throw your pets there.
Here is what is so obviously coming.
Yeah, Squeaks did domestic violence right before stream on FaceTime today. In front of Skitter. Unreal, dude. Twice. He did double domestic violence. But yeah, dude, they're definitely, if we don't stop them, we're all definitely gonna meet for the first time in Guantanamo Bay. And that's, honestly, I look forward to that. I think them putting us all in a camp together will finally have the time. Dude, imagine this. We don't have to work, right? We're just gonna be in camp. Or maybe they'll make us make license plates or whatever, right? Or we'll make the new Nike shoes. But even then, I think that we'll be able to start working on our spiritual power, our collective spiritual power together. Maybe we can manifest crystal palaces at Guantanamo Bay, build ourselves a bridge out. I don't know. We might find out. Give it a year. If we're not all in Guantanamo in 1 year, then we'll have completed the Great Awakening. Right? Camp, song, dance, yoga. Yeah, we'll all be making fucking prison booch. Oh, man. This sounds so fun, honestly. I hope they black bag us all. That'd be so fun. Dude, come on. Can you put us on your autism camp, RFK? Put us all together and take us off all of our meds so we can do yoga. Please? Dude. Autism camp? God, that would be so fun.
Israel does not have a right to exist from the river to the sea. America deserved 9/11.
True.
Israel does not have a right to exist from the river to the sea. Globalize the Intifada.
Let's go, Cuomo.
America deserved 9/11. Israel does not have a right to exist from the river to the sea. Globalize the Intifada.
We need a Discord subsection for our potatoes. These mashed potatoes I'm making right now is art. Dude, no, potatoes deserve general. Potatoes go on general. Everybody needs to know. You'll find me by my Paul songs I shout from my Guantanamo cell. Nobody's taking me to a second location, Eternally Bumpin' says. Hell yeah, brother. Dude, even if we got to go to camp together, it'd be so fun.
America deserved 9/11.
True. Cuomo's right, dude. From the river to the sea.
Farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by? What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal?
They're dying. Dying. Dude, have you ever seen a childhood photo of Donald Trump? He's not real. There's no way he's real. He just shows up when he's like a full-on adult, doesn't he? This bitch ain't real, bro. Show me one childhood photo of Donald Trump. That fucking goofy ass. Dude, I bet he is an ugly ass kid. Dude, this is fake as fuck. This is not a real picture. What the fuck is this? Bro. Is this really... Dude, this looks AI. I'm not even kidding. I'm not being a goof here. Bro, honestly, so does this. This shit ain't real. Young Elvis. Bro. Jail with friends sounds like Catholic school. This one time at concentration camp. Yeah, the fucking hands are weird, dude. There's like no shadows. Look at that. Dude, this is AI. Bro, they've had AI way longer than... Bro, what the fuck? Bro, this is such an AI photo. It's like his hand isn't even touching his other hand. What is going on? The knuckles are in weird places. Look how long this finger is. This one's just like rubber. There's no knuckles. This one's just Play-Doh. The right eye kind of looks fucked up. Dude, what is this shit? What is this little animal? Where's the other buttons? Maybe it's just the top button. This very well could be AI. I didn't know they had color photographs back in 1890. Is that when Elvis was born? And then yeah, is this his finger? Is his finger gone? Like, look how short this finger is, and look how long this one is. Dude, this is fake. What, was he in fucking Frankfurt? Is this a little strudel eater? I bet. This a little fucking strudel eater? A little schnitzel head? He's like, oh yeah, I love the schnitzel. Oh yeah, daddy, please give me more schnitzel. Dankeschön, daddy. I'm so sick of these feds. Dude, Donald Trump. Central casting. He's central casting. I posted my pet paintings in arts and crafts if anyone ever wants their animals painted. Oh my fuck. Bro. These are gorgeous. Oh my god. Dude, let me show you something. Couldn't get it off the wall. But look, you guys know Chewy? Sometimes they pick people whose animals pass away because they can tell when you like remove their food. And they sent this to me randomly. This is my old girl. They frickin' just sent this randomly, and it's real. Someone actually painted it. Isn't that cool? Chewy did that. But dude, these are beautiful McNarsties. My goodness. That's awesome. Oh, look at this dog. He's got different color eyes. Beautiful. Yeah, so if anyone needs their pet painted, hit McNarsties up. Fake. This is fake, dude. These bitches are fake ass bitches. This is lab grown. Our life is a joke. Truly, every aspect of it is a fucking goofy joke. Whoops. Oh no! The Wizard of Oz's curtain just fell. You guys saw into my messy shelf behind the curtain. I am not going to get into heaven.
Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Oh, I wiped the dust off of that fucking picture. I must have huffed some of it. McNarcy's, can you paint Deb like one of your French girls?
I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven, okay? I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force.
Might be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One.
I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. I'm being a little cute.
Oh, McNarcy's, they sent you one too? Yeah, dude. That was very nice. I'm gonna have to get a cat now. Yes, Agneta. Watch what you asked for, cause it might be coming. Cat Dad did say we were going to start doing a Nitwitch Arts and Crafts segment on the show, but he forgot. Well, I saw your message and I was like, oh yeah, well, I'll bring that up. But we already did. Hold on. We did it a couple days before because we were looking at McNarcy's stuff here. And this stuff. Adamantium stuff too. But yeah, if you guys want to if you guys have any art and craft stuff, throw it in Arts and Crafts. We'll look at it. McNarcy's, what, were you stretching these canvases? Were you trying to find your edge? Stretching canvases for lady painting? What is this? A bring your own beverage and paint thing? Sip and paint? That's dope. What do you teach them? But yeah, if you guys want to throw anything in the Arts and Crafts, we'll always take a look at what y'all are working on. Excuse me, sorry.
For the record, what is your monthly rent or...
Oh, do you guys remember net loss? Wait, let's see. This weird guy who talks in the tunnel. I don't know if this is any good, but his last videos were good, so I kind of want to watch it. Why is everyone backwards on immigration?
Hey, psst, down here. Look, the elites, the government, they don't want you to know this. They want you to think about this, but I'm pretty sure, regardless of what you believe on immigration, that you're backwards from what you should based upon everything else you believe. Okay, I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other whether immigration's good or bad, okay? I don't want you to walk away thinking what I think. What I want to see is whether or not I'm crazy or if everyone else has no clue what the hell they're talking about when it comes to immigration, because I swear to God, none of the political parties believe what they should based upon all their other values. I don't know if I'm going insane down here or if the rest of the world just seems to be asleep at the wheel, because from my perspective, I'm pretty sure we're all backwards on what our opinions for immigration should be. Whether you're for or against doesn't matter. Today, I want to see if anyone else sees what I see. See what?
Take you down, 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 down.
Now, again, remember, lock the hell in, okay? Because I'm trying to tell you whatever you think about immigration is the opposite of what you believe, right? I'm not trying to get you to believe one way or the other. I don't give a shit what idea you're...
Oh, is Miro's obviously being affected, I'm assuming, by the AWS shit? It's all still going on? I can't get on Miro? Fuck me. Well, you guys will have to remind me. I wanted to put those Trump childhood photos on there. That shit's fake as fuck, dude. He doesn't have childhood photos. That's so funny that he started on that birth certificate shit on every accusation, right? He did that birth certificate shit on Obama. This bitch don't got a fucking birth certificate. So the AWS shit is still going on then.
Walking in here with. I just want to see if you actually do believe what you do, or if maybe...
Wait, is the OC DVD set still up there? You know it, dude. I gotta bust it out. Well, I don't have a DVD player right now. I guess I have a PlayStation. I should rewatch OC. I'm gonna force Skitter to watch it. One of my fave shows. We'll watch 3 seasons of the OC till Marissa fucking dies.
I can convince you that you got her backwards, okay? Now, again, just to lay the...
Wait, I want to listen to Don't Tell the Boys now. Is Audio Tree gonna fucking clip me for this? Probably, huh? What's this? Don't tell the frickin' boys. Painter Rob, yeah, you guys think the AWS thing is a precursor to a bigger event? Bro, what were we saying yesterday? That they're gonna fucking take the grid down? Ha! We'll see.
Don't tell the boys that we done spent the week inside and watched 3 seasons of the OC. And no time, some boy like Ryan, your little boy like Seth, you're so quick-witted when we talk about when I've been found to death.
I'm watching the OC now, and Oliver's storyline just ended. Oh, okay, well, don't listen to this song. That has nothing to do with anything. This recording is fucking cursed.
Table here the way it is now. The left likes immigration. They like immigrants. The right broadly does not, right? Wrong.
Yeah, there's no way this ICE bullshit costs less than mass naturalization. Why didn't the humanitarian politicians naturalize? Because it's all on purpose. Exactly. And I hope he gets the right angle on this immigration thing, too. The corpo elite needs a sub-citizen class to keep quality of life lower for the average citizen. Yeah.
Wrong. First, let's just look at their actions, okay? Both sides love to bring in immigrants, which is strange, right? That is the seed I want to sow, is that both sides love immigration. The left loves it for cultural reasons. The right loves it for economic reasons. But you see, that is where they get you. You see, the right wing, today a lot of us are grasping for it simply because shit's not going well. The left, globally, again, broad strokes here, has been dominant in
Oh, okay, you have seen the OC. Okay, great.
in terms of the whole immigration subject over the last few decades, because economically it's great, sure, but also culturally it's fine. We want to bring in other people, let them into our wonderful country, this and that, whatever, what have you. And the right wing loves it and doesn't change anything when they're in power because economically it's good. And you see this, think about it, right? Why is the right wing pro-immigration in practice on economic reasons? Because immigration is anti-labor. You'd never know this. Speaking to a leftist, leftism, at least on paper, should be all about the working class, the working man, the average Joe out here just trying to make a living, put food on the table for his family, and yet immigration deprives him of that. And I'm not speaking, again, I want to emphasize here, I'm not speaking at this from some sort of, wow, immigration is bad. No, hear me out here. Objectively, immigration is anti-labor. If you bring in people to your country, it will serve to lower wages, harming labor. Unions, for example, should be, and in practice often are, anti-immigration. Because you have immigrants come in, now they're demanding work, and now there's a lot of businesses that are open to hiring them as well. But if you have a labor union, or if you have workers that are there already regardless of a union, you're going to have to lower your wages to continue to be employed, to continue to be competitive. Because if you're not offering a competitive market wage at the market rate, the business will hire someone else. I really want to emphasize this. When you bring in immigrants, regardless of what you may think, it objectively lowers wages. It's anti-labor, it's anti-worker. And lefts, on paper, they should theoretically be pro-labor, pro-worker.
I mean, I think the capitalists are anti-worker more. They're anti-labor.
All this and that, but clearly they're not. They're all focused on the cultural part, which is, if I had to paint a picture of who the fuck the average leftist is that's in governance, it's an upper middle class, if not upper class white woman, right? And these people are so far divorced from what the fuck a worker is. It's actually embarrassing. To call themselves a leftist is a fucking, you gotta make a new word for this shit. My point being in all this, though, is that the left doesn't give a shit, right? If you are a leftist, though, if you yourself, doesn't matter what the high...
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't lower wages to have immigrants working in America. The scarcity is fake. There's only abundance.
Upside. What matters is what you think. If you are a leftist, then you should not be pro-immigration because it objectively lowers wages. And meanwhile, if you're right-wing, you should be pro-immigration. None of you are, but you should be, because again, the point is that it's better for the economy and it's just more free. If there was a true Reagan economics type view of the economy, we would have open borders. And that's why the right wing never lowers this shit, because they're in bed with all of the business interests. And you want to know how I know all this business interest shit? It's because
Yeah, exactly. The U.S. immigration policy is anti-labor. If all immigrants were naturalized and protected against wage exploitation, it would keep the wages from being driven down like this. Exactly. It's being pushed by the capitalists, by the owners. I mean, your wages being pushed down is by them because they're willing to exploit people for slave wages. And we have a class of people who are not technically one of us, so they can be exploited.
Personally benefited. The reason I can talk about this topic is because I personally knew what was going on and I fucking took advantage, okay? Let me confess. As a business owner, I loved high...
I think we should click off.
Immigration. I I loved it. I've got a confession to make, okay? I personally have profited off of this whole confusion because I'm convinced the elites want it this way so that no one questions the system as is, especially in Canada. We currently, or at least were at the time I was running my private equity firm, we were running, you know, I want to say $1 million+ per year in new immigrants. And a lot of them were doing the same kind of, you know, mid-skill undergrad type work that anyone could do in Canada. Take IT, right? IT. It used to be you had to go to school, get a degree, and take a while to get trained up and such, and it was a high-paying job. And then, you know, we started importing a lot of people from places abroad, and that depressed the IT worker wage, which is...
Well, Mushka doesn't want to watch this, so... You want to watch Tartaria or something? I'm not sure what she wants to watch. Do a dive into exactly who Obamner was killing in his drone strikes? Who? Poor people? It would also prevent massive corporations from depending on explicitly exploitable undocumented workforces. It only lowers wages when they can be exploited, and the effect on the rest of us with citizenship is that they can hold up a worst-case scenario for us as a threat to keep us happy with less. Exactly. It's why also homelessness is such a popular thing with them. We get the point, Mushka.
It's great for me as a business owner. I want to emphasize I didn't create the system, but I walked into it, realized what was going on, and I profited off of it while it was going on. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not fighting that good fight on Parliament Hill. That's not a hill I'm dying on, okay? I'm just gonna say, fuck it, whatever. It was happening well before I got here, probably gonna happen a lot after. You have these IT workers. It used to be a high-paying job. You bring in a bunch of other people that can do IT work, though, right? And they're from abroad, and they're willing to go stack themselves 5 to a room in the Brampton special, so to speak. And I can say this because I lived like that too. I literally lived with these type of guys because I you know, starting a company at age of like 22, 23. I had bank debt, bank loans, debts, and I was living off $30K a year in fucking Toronto. Oh my God, you want to know what my rent was? I paid $1K to rent an illegal bedroom in a Brampton special. Literally, you walk into the front door of the house and they converted that shit into a bedroom. It was my bedroom. It was absurd. And I lived like that. And I was thankful I could live like that. Thanks to all these people that are coming in from abroad, their standards of living are so much lower and they're willing to accept much less for their work because it's so much more than what they otherwise are used to. And so that's why immigration is anti-left. It directly harms labor. There's just no way around it. All these people that you bring in that have much lower standards of living expectation-wise, they're willing to slum it. And so that's the thing, right? Like, you ever notice how absurdly expensive rent is for a lot of houses? It's because you're competing against 5 Indians instead of you and your girlfriend. And look, again, I'm not saying this from a
MAGA magic. Minutes of horror.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. Oh yes, if anybody has been subscribed to me for quite some time, about a couple years ago, you would know that I was talking about very strange and bizarre incidents happening on planes. Mainly the very bizarre passenger behavior which led us down a few rabbit holes, but once again, we're going to go ahead and talk about planes.
Yeah, as soon as, honestly, I clicked off of Brampton, Canada. I don't know if that's in... I couldn't name another Canadian city. Vancouver. Where the fuck is Brampton?
And it would seem like this mysterious incident that I'm going to go ahead and talk about happened twice, almost back to...
Oh, what's the French place? Oh, is Niagara Falls in Canada? It's in New York and Canada, right? Okay, so that's 3. Calgary? Or is that one of your territories? What are they called? Or do you call them states? Montreal. Oh, Quebec. Yeah. Brampton's a part of Ontario. Oh. A province. So confusing.
Reading this article from Unilad.com, United Airlines pilot injured after mysterious object shatters windshield mid-air. So I'm going to go ahead and play the news segment. I'm going to go ahead and talk about it afterwards, then talk about another incident that sounds very similar to this one.
First at 10, a United Airlines flight coming from Denver to LA diverts to Salt Lake City after an object struck the plane midair, shattering the windshield and injuring the pilot with glass shards. Investigators suspect it could have been space debris or even...
Bro, what are these cucks doing?
Even a small meteorite. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirosuna. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. He is outside.
Or it's a collection of all of the metallic particles that they're shooting in the air.
LAX tonight after speaking exclusively with someone on board that flight.
A sky-high scare with urgent new questions raised by these photos and what crashed into a commercial airliner 36,000 feet above Utah.
When the pilot made his initial emergency broadcast, he told us that a window in the cockpit had shattered.
Heather Ramsey was recording the sunrise on Thursday's flight from Denver to LA when everything suddenly changed.
One flight attendant really raised her voice at the other and told her get back, get to the back of the aircraft, stop service.
Moments later, they quickly dropped 10,000 feet.
The pilot came on over the intercom and said, unfortunately, we have some bad news. The aircraft has collided with an object. Then he informed us we would have to make an emergency landing in Salt Lake City.
Heather held her phone tight through turbulence and fear. Then the tense landing in Salt Lake.
I was looking out the window just thinking we could go down at any time. So it was really scary. We were all kind of holding our breath until the very end. You could definitely feel a tension on the entire aircraft.
This photo now seems...
Yeah, dude, the Starlink satellites literally fall out of the sky after 5 years. Dude, look at this shit. What the hell?
Millions of times on X shows the United Airlines pilot with apparent bruises and scratches to an arm with the plane's windshield busted. All 134 passengers safe and put on...
This is a likely story that a piece of metal flew in the sky. I think that he and his co-pilot were doinking and someone got a little too rowdy. Maybe feet were up on the window. They cracked it. They had to make a big lie. Metal in the sky, dude. What are you talking about?
A new plane to LA, but what hit that aircraft almost 7 miles high remains a mystery.
That seems a little high for a bird to be, but people are saying, scrap metal, it could be space debris, we have drones.
The plane landed at LAX about 6 hours late. The odds of something like this happening, astronomical. According to the FAA, there's never been a space debris strike to a commercial airliner, and the chance of that happening is less than 1 trillion to 1. The NTSB releasing this statement Sunday, saying they're investigating a cracked windscreen while gathering radar, weather, and flight recorder data.
The pilot did a phenomenal job, both manning the aircraft after that happened and keeping composure.
And so a few days before this, it sounds like something similar happened to Pete Hegseth's plane. He had to make an...
Yeah, it's very interesting that it happened over Utah.
Unscheduled landing in the United Kingdom during a return flight headed for the United States.
Yeah, Mile High Club in the cockpit, dude. Yeah, they were having a whole rodeo up there.
It's because while they were mid-air, all of a sudden his plane's windshield started to crack. Now, there has not been many details released to the public regarding his flight, so we don't know if something crashed into his plane or it was just a faulty windshield. But given the fact that the two incidents happened only days apart while both planes were in cruising altitude, it's a very interesting quote-unquote coincidence to say the least. But this news story involving this United 737 is weird, and it definitely wasn't a bird because birds do not fly that high. Any bird in North America anyway. The only birds who fly that high is a griffon vulture. They fly up to 37,000 feet, but they're not found in North America. And also you would see some type of remnants of the bird, like dry blood or something along those lines. Whatever this object was, it looked like it hit the windshield frame and the extreme edge of the windshield, and then rode up into the edge of the sheet metal and then up and over the rest of the plane. Just very bizarre. And on top of all this, there's never been any confirmed cases of a meteorite or debris like there...
Bro, if it was a fucking meteorite, wouldn't have gone through the plane. Come on.
Saying ever hitting a commercial plane. But
yeah,
in
a bird shattering the windshield.
Strange news, what is going on with all these outages? Are we seeing some type of cyber hack or something else altogether? I mean, they told us ahead of time.
Why do you even think it's called a cockpit?
When it came to Barack Obama's scripted movie Leave the World Behind and that other series on Netflix that came out at the beginning of this year, we would see more and more outages. But a few days ago, on October 15th, YouTube had experienced a mass outage where over 1 million users had reported issues with YouTube, according to Down Detector. And then less than 24 hours later, PayPal and Venmo went down. And then around the same time, millions of Verizon users were impacted across multiple states because also Verizon went down. And now, only a couple days after those outages, Amazon Web Services, AWS had a major global outage which impacted and disrupted thousands of services anywhere from banking services to social networks to airline booking sites to online shopping. Millions of people worldwide were impacted. But get this, because this part is very interesting. This article goes on to say that among AWS many offerings is DynamoDB, a database that hosts information for companies including customer data. Amazon said Monday that its customers couldn't access the data stored in DynamoDB because the domain name system, a kind of phone book for the internet, had encountered a problem. A cybersecurity expert and IT professor at the University of Notre Dame was quoted as saying Amazon had the data safely stored, but nobody else could find it for several hours, leaving apps temporarily separated from their data. It is as if large portions of the internet suffered temporary amnesia. What happens to be funny is that not too long ago, I said something very similar to this in a video that had to do about people in other countries entering certain countries in Europe, and upon doing so, they had to give up their biometric data to enter, and the airline said that we'll keep your biometric data stored for 3 years, and then we'll go ahead and delete it. And I said in that video, every so often, they're going to go ahead and say that they had some kind of outage where they lost your data, quote unquote lost it, or they had some kind of cyber breach and somebody quote unquote stole your data. And all they're doing at the end of the day is feeding the beast with data. But in this instance, who knows what was truly removed or what they got rid of during this internet amnesia. And like with all these other outages very recently, nobody knows.
Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe they took the internet down so they could wipe a bunch of shit.
What caused this domain name systems outage, and this AWS outage brought down a lot of things on the internet temporarily. They are saying that this outage is the second biggest outage to happen since the CrowdStrike outage that happened last year. Remember that, when all the Windows computers went down and all roads led right back to the World Economic Forum, because CrowdStrike was something that was developed by the World Economic Forum, and they had shown by just the click of a button they can bring down computers worldwide. But talking about very coincidental timing, only 2 days prior to this Amazon outage, this news came out, and reading this from CNET, Amazon's Ring cameras push deeper into police and government surveillance. Now, they have partnered with Flock Safety, and I had spoken about them previously in another video. Flock Safety wants drones everywhere with cameras. They want cameras on every corner. They want to have constant 24/7 surveillance on the public to 100% eliminate crime, and Amazon has partnered with them.
The positioning of this camera at the city limits of Normandy Park gives police a way to monitor vehicles that come and go, while officers focus on other priorities.
The downtown area of Des Moines has high traffic, so if ever there was an incident, there's only a couple of roads or ways that you can get in or out of.
The cameras by Flock Safety read license plates but can also identify unique features such as bumper stickers, and then compare that to a database of vehicles of interest to law enforcement.
As long as you're not breaking the law, you shouldn't have a problem.
In Normandy Park, police say the surveillance system can identify stolen vehicles or pinpoint those suspected of being used to commit some other crime. What about expanding camera networks intruding on privacy, and what does increased surveillance mean?
I love this guy.
To the general public.
Can he move his neck?
Where it goes too far is when they start using it and your information and it gets out and stolen.
The Homeowners Association in Federal Way has adopted the technology, as have the cities of Auburn, Mount Vernon, Cedar Williams.
Dude, look at all, they're all just fucking, not zip tied, what's it called? There's just these little shitty bands on them holding them up. Snip, snip.
And others. Still, questions remain around who can access the data and safeguards to prevent.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything, then you shouldn't have a problem. It's not for people who are doing crime. It's for the, what do they call it? Something creep. Where they just creep on using it. Oh, now we're using it to find little kids. Oh, now we're using it to find Antifa.
Security breaches.
It's human interactions with technologies that really determine whether it's beneficial or harmful.
I hate that argument so much. Well, if you're not a criminal, if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't have a problem with this. Well, just allow the government, allow the police to just go into your home, set up cameras everywhere, and have them monitor you 24/7. You shouldn't have a problem with it since you have nothing to hide. But again, when it comes to Amazon and Flock, they are partnering with them specifically for the Ring cameras people set up on their homes. And this article goes on to say that less than 2 years after removing a feature that made it easier for law enforcement agencies to request footage from owners of Ring doorbells and other security products, Amazon has partnered with 2 companies that will help facilitate the same kind of request. They are also partnering with Axon, which builds tools for police and the military. Now, previously, Amazon Ring doorbell doorbell, it would go ahead and take video footage of your surrounding location of your home. But now, with Amazon's community request, your neighbor, your neighbor's neighbor, and so forth can see the front of your home, the front of your street, and so forth. Now, Amazon's website does say only local and county entities can have access to these community requests, but then they also go on to say that verified third parties such as Flock and Axon could have access to them too. And the website continues to make a good point under surveillance bystanders, and it goes on to say that while the footage from Ring devices is only given to local organizations by permission of the footage's owner, that doesn't mean other people, such as someone walking their dog or children playing in a neighborhood, are free from potential privacy issues if they are captured on camera. Ring footage availability opt-in still doesn't address the issue of what happens to footage once it's in the hands of law enforcement or other groups. It could be used for other investigations, shared with others, or perhaps even used to capture biometrics and personal information like facial recognition features. These videos might also end up revealing more about neighbors, visitors, or passerbys than about the actual incident itself. And again, this goes back to what Larry Ellison said, the now owner of TikTok and other things and other organizations. They're going to have cameras set up on every corner, whether it's people's homes, poles, and so forth, to make sure the public are on their best behavior. And if they're not, then there goes a strike against your digital ID.
Yeah, dude. So, wait, I saw a TikTok earlier that rounded this up pretty good. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
So, the world's richest man owns Twitter. The world's second richest man wants to own this app and already owns CBS and Paramount. The third richest man owns Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. The fourth richest man owns Amazon, Twitch, and the Washington Post. The fifth and sixth richest man own Google and YouTube. Chat, is this good? Or like, chat, like, is this fucked up? Like, you could be honest with me. Be honest with me right now.
Yeah, chat,
like,
what do you think?
So, the world's richest man...
What do you think, boys? Do we think that billionaires should be running all the media and controlling all the algorithms? Not only does Larry Ellison own TikTok and his son owns Paramount, Larry Ellison owns Oracle, which is the biggest CIA shit, and they fucking run all the algorithms for TikTok. They're telling you who you get to watch. It's so fucking annoying, dude. I'm sick of it. This lizard fucker. This guy, he's 90 fucking years old. Look at this weirdo. This fucking weirdo's 90 years old, and he's on TV telling people that they're going to be controlled by his surveillance companies. The fuck?
And what you can access. You're walking down the street and something fell out of your hand accidentally and fell to the ground and you missed it. The cameras picked it up. Well, that's considered littering, and you're probably not going to be able to access your bank account for 24 hours. You jaywalked, you won't be able to access something else for 24 hours because, again, there will be a strike against your digital ID. This sounds every bit like 1984 on steroids, and 5 years ago, I would have thought that we would have seen something like this eventually, perhaps 2050, 2060, but they are quickly trying to usher in this 1984 digital beast system as fast as they can. Oh, and talking about...
Yeah, all the Epstein files are, I'm sure, disappeared.
About the digital ID, people in Utah wake up, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's Utah, Nebraska, Indiana, it doesn't matter any of those states, because like I said previously, and others have said, the digital ID that we see over in the United Kingdom will definitely be here in the United States eventually in its full form. But it looks like Utah wants to be the very first state making the digital ID mandatory.
Do we think Steve Irwin was a Fed? Absolutely not. I think Steve Irwin was taken out by the Feds. Dude, think about it. You think Steve Irwin was killed by a stingray? No fucking shot. 0% chance. No frickin' way. They took his ass out. They bourdained Steve Irwin. He could have saved us all. But Robert Irwin, we got another chance, boys. He's gonna find his stride soon enough. He's a good boy.
And it's all about peace and security.
A big change could be coming to how you prove who you are. Utah State is considering rolling out a digital ID to help prove who you are in your online...
Larry Ellison looks like Dak Shepard got melted by a wildfire satellite laser. Dude, he does look like Dak Shepard. I've always been like, he kind of looks like someone or something. Maybe that's it. Dax Shepard melted in a forest fire. Or a wildfire satellite laser. Yeah, a dew.
Dealings. But with data breaches on the rise, Jim Spiewak asked if this can be a game changer for your online safety and security.
Everyone is born with identity.
You control your identity. You should control your digital identity.
Christopher Bramwell, Utah's chief privacy officer, is leading.
Dude, Utah's got to chill. Look at this Tartarian shit.
The state's effort to create a state-endorsed digital identity system, which would provide residents with a verified digital credential proving they are who they say they are.
So someone being able to pretend that they're me probably wouldn't happen.
The whole point of state-endorsed digital identity is to give you control of your identity so nobody can impersonate you.
Bramwell sees initial uses for digital identity for things like going through TSA or verifying identity for government services. But he also says demand is growing in the private sector.
Why wouldn't you just use an identity you control to log into services and you don't have to worry about reset passwords?
Bramwell says once you receive your credential, the state won't know when you use it and it won't be tracked. But
what do you mean? So what do we got to do? A blood print? We got to do a blood drop?
But it would be stored securely in something like a digital wallet.
What do we tell people about why this will be secure?
So security is our top priority, but most importantly, how do you recover when there's a security breach without having to do reissuance of identity to everybody in the state?
Utah lawmakers passed Senate Bill 260 this year, which laid the baseline policy that gives individuals the right to digital identity, but not a mandate to opt in. Senator Kirk Cullimore was the bill's sponsor.
Everything is digital now.
See you, Barry.
A lot of what we do, even interacting with the state, is digital.
With AI advancing rapidly, Cullimore believes many technologies will soon require state endorsement.
Do you feel confident that what is in policy right now as we start to build this out is the most safe and secure?
The laws and the parameters to establish its safety and the security and the principles of freedom surrounding that are getting put into place.
Jim Spiewak, KUTV 2 News.
A couple years ago, you wouldn't really hear much news coming out of Utah. It wasn't really an eventful state, but now it seems like for whatever reason, it has become very eventful. Talking about this whole Charlie Kirk situation, Tyler Robinson.
Bro, it's because the Mormons are so behind a lot of this. They've been sneaky, but they are behind a lot of this.
And now this whole digital ID stuff.
They've infiltrated the whites.
It would seem like this whole Charlie Kirk incident would be their excuse to usher in this digital ID in Utah, which wouldn't be a surprise whatsoever. Well, if we had digital IDs and cameras everywhere, we could easily track Tyler Robinson. We would have known what he was talking about and the threats he was making, and we could have stopped September 10th before it had happened. I mean, I can see it. You can see it. Pup of Horror can see it. Tiffany Gomas can see it. We can all see it, but there'll be people out there that'll say, well, this is just a conspiracy theory, and it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. We are well beyond that. It is here. This whole Charlie Kirk situation is going to also usher in other things that they have been wanting to usher in as well. I mean, we can see the Free People signature all over this, the number 33. The number 33 wasn't just how long they took to supposedly capture the suspect, even though his own father turned him in. The number 33 with the hats, the 4 plus 7 3 times equals out to be 33. You have the governor saying he prayed for 33 hours. But even more bizarre is the fact that someone drove 33 hours to paint a mural of Charlie Kirk. And then as we have all these people on the left making light of what happened to Charlie Kirk, exactly 33 people had lost their jobs. I mean, how many times can you see the number 33 in one news story? It is not statistically possible. So there is a deeper meaning here, and we do have the Free People involvement. The Free People, their motto is order ab chaos, order out of chaos. They create the chaos, and then they go ahead and usher in the order by any means necessary. So what happened to Charlie Kirk will definitely play a role in Utah ushering in the digital ID, and these other states, they'll be like, well, it worked out for Utah. It worked out perfectly for Utah. Now there's lower crime and you can access easier things online and so forth. So we're also going to go ahead and usher it in here, usher it in there. And make no mistake about it, we're going to see more suspicious incidents with rabbit holes that lead to nowhere, perfectly designed to have you go down in them, and there'll be no outcome. But the only outcome is that it'll lead to a digital ID. Just like how chemtrails and them spraying things in the skies was one big conspiracy theory, but now out of nowhere, they are more open with it than ever before, telling people they are spraying Satan in the skies, which they have been doing for quite some time with barium and aluminum, which means Baal. They are literally spraying Baal in the skies, and now over in the United Kingdom, they're spraying Satan. They're spraying the name of demons in the skies. I found this video to be very interesting. The speaker, her name is Kristen Megan, and everything she said back then is 100% true, and everything she said back then was considered a quote-unquote conspiracy theory, but today, everything she says they are admitting to, and they have no problems admitting to it because they know nobody's going to do anything about it.
My job in the U.S. Air Force was working in bioenvironmental engineering. Part of my job in tracking the health hazards was to look at any time someone wanted to buy a chemical. It was ordered through a system, and in that system, I had to go in there and say, you know, the country we're in, we're not allowed to use this. We need to substitute it out with something a little less hazardous. I want to say around 2006, I started kind of opening my eyes to how the military wasn't really what I thought it was, and people approached me knowing what I did for a living and said, have you ever heard of chemtrails? Well, I hadn't. So I went online and I looked at chemtrails. I saw a lot of, debunking, a lot of sites that were just kind of calling it a conspiracy theory. And I thought, well, geez, this is what I do for a living. Preventive health, making sure that people are not getting sick. To summarize it, in an attempt to debunk this conspiracy theory as I thought it was, I didn't debunk it. It literally changed my life. One day I was going through that computer system, which if you want to look it up, it's called an Air Force Form 3952. It is the approval of hazardous materials. I was finding tons and tons of large quantities.
Oh, I didn't realize Jesus was 33 when he died. I thought he was 36 for some reason. Dude, they Freemasoned the fuck out of the Bible.
Of aluminum, barium, strontium in the forms of oxides and sulfates. One of the legal requirements in approving these is looking at what used to be called the material safety data sheets. On that sheet, it's going to list the manufacturer. These electronic MSDSs did not have a manufacturer name, so I asked the question, what is this being used for? I never got an answer, so I didn't approve it. And then the heat came down. Why are you behind on your 3952s? And at that point, my demonization began. Because I thought, if this is real and they are spraying this, it's going to get to the ground. So I conducted air sampling, I conducted soil sampling, and I was getting high levels of these contaminants. When I started asking the question again under a new commander, I never in my life thought I would have somebody look me in the face and tell me, I am questioning you. Is there something wrong with you? You've been looking really depressed lately. I can put you under mental evaluation for up to 120 days. Who would take care of your daughter? As soon as I heard that, I knew. And I thought, I've spent 9 years of my life trying to protect human health, and here we are violating law after law after law. Instead of protecting the people, we are poisoning the people. And that geoengineering is occurring. It's been occurring. It is not new. And your tax dollars are funding this. I've had pilots come forward. I've had people come forward that actually load the canisters on the planes. These people don't come forward because they are afraid that they're going to end up like Snowden. So many people want to ask why. Why is this occurring? From weather modification to weather weaponry. There's numerous reasons under Agenda 21 and tons of theories. So I just want everyone to know and understand that of all things, of all the freedoms that we are losing, geoengineering is the #1 issue that we are facing, because you can have guns and money and you can have everything. If you don't have food and water and you are dying of respiratory or neurological illnesses, what does it matter?
So we can hear things like this and we can actually see it. We can see it with our own eyes by just going outside. The question happens to be, well, what can we do to stop it? And the thing is, pretty soon with this whole digital ID, we won't be able to pretty much talk about it. And if you don't comply, you're probably not going to have access to YouTube and these other social media sites anyway.
That takes screenshots of everything you do every few seconds comes built in with Windows 11. This is real. Microsoft even bragged about it, and it's some Black Mirror in real life. But there is a way you can unplug from this mass surveillance operation that Bill Gates probably doesn't want you to do. So if you're watching this anytime after October 14th, 2025, Microsoft has officially ended support for Windows 10 after 10 long and faithful years, RIP. Which doesn't mean it's not going to work anymore, but over time it's going to become more prone to incompatibility issues, viruses, and other unfixable errors, kind of forcing everyone, myself included, to switch to Windows 11, which Microsoft announced has a built-in program called Recall, powered by their AI Copilot assistant, that explicitly states it takes an image of your screen every few seconds to sort of act as a browser history, but for all of your PC activity. Yup, even your offline sessions are going to be tracked, meaning you can sort of rewind and search through everything you've ever done on your computer using AI, which is kind of cool, but also kind of creepy. Microsoft claims the AI will run entirely locally, so like inside your computer, not on some remote cloud server that they have access to. And the screenshots will also be stored only on your own computer in an encrypted file. I mean, if you think you can take their word for it, sure, no judgment, but you really never know with tech giants these days. And it still does give actual hackers an easy way to access everything you've ever done on your computer. Everything. Luckily, you can opt out of this feature if you want, so be careful when installing it, as they probably hid it inside some recommended settings option that 90% of people are just going to choose. And in case you already upgraded to Windows 11, there is a way you can disable it at a root level. Here are the instructions. Screenshot it, save this video, you're welcome.
And does anybody out there truly believe that you can freely just go ahead and turn off and on that feature on Windows 11?
Heck no.
I mean, whether you turn it off or on, the choice is still made for you that it's always going to constantly be on regardless. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
No, thank you, Minutes of Horror. We love you. Okay, let's check out frickin' Eyes Wide Open, CIA's blonde ghost, Ted Shackley. Let's see what he was up to. If this video sucks, we'll turn it off, but this kid usually cooks.
President Kennedy officially restarted White House-directed covert action against Castro's Cuba in early 1962. This was under the White House-directed sabotage, harassment, and regime change operation known as Operation Mongoose. Accordingly, in early 1962, gruff ex-G-man William Harvey, the head of Task Force W, the CIA's Cuba section, brought in a fresh new station chief to head the Miami CIA station, codenamed JM Wave. JM Wave emerged as the busiest U.S. spy station not only domestically, but across the world in the early 60s, especially as the Kennedys and their self-appointed covert action ace, Edward Lansdale, ramped up their Cuba project. According to authors Warren Hinkle and William Turner, over the next few years from 1962 to 64, JM Wave Station, quote, operated on a budget of well over $500 million a year and employed between 600 and 700 American personnel, end quote. This is, of course, not even counting the thousands of Cuban exile assets employed by the agency throughout the secret war. The new station chief was brought into the Sunshine State largely to solve a challenge that was increasingly facing the agency on all facets, that being the management of an ever-expanding coterie of intelligence assets. In intelligence speak, this is known as human intelligence, or simply HUMINT for short. The new boss in Miami was a young spy who had generated a lot of buzz for his work in West Berlin under the very same Bill Harvey that was pulling him back stateside in the early 60s. For the past half-decade or so, the young spook had been working the infiltration circuit in Germany, spearheading the CIA's often...
Wait, it's kind of weird that they call it human intelligence, which implies that there's a different version of human that they're doing. What are they doing? Whale intelligence? Or something off planet, you know? Human intelligence?
Futile attempts at infiltrating assets behind the Iron Curtain. Now, on the sunny coasts of South Florida, he was trading Eastern European defectors for fanatical Cuban exile raiders. The new fief of JM Wave was a man named Theodore Ted Shackley, later immortalized by his nickname, which he reportedly disliked, known as the Blonde Ghost. Shackley's chance elevation to the top job in Miami in the wake of the Bay of Pigs invasion paved the way for him to become one of the most influential covert planners and operators at the agency, as maybe the man who was single-handedly the most responsible for the CIA's paramilitarization throughout the 1960s. From Cuba to Laos to Vietnam to Chile, and finally his off-the-books work during Iran-Contra in the 1980s, Ted would leave his mark in the shadows and often undetected, in the dark-lit offices and boardrooms, in whatever remote outpost he found himself in. As much as we may still have a romantic vision of spycraft as a mixture of cocktail-tinged schmoozing and boom and bang covert action,
Bro, I wonder if it was even that back in the day, right? I bet it wasn't. I bet all the Alan Dulles shit, they just wrote stories, bro. Lizards.
The reality was often significantly more mundane. Often the name of the game was
the CIA isn't real, come stop me, cowards. The FBI too, y'all don't do shit except plan false flags. We're on to you.
Managing assets, as boring as that sounds on the surface. Be it Cuban exiles in Miami, Hmong guerrilla warriors in Laos, or provincial reconnaissance units in South Vietnam. Simply put, Ted Shackley brought the analytical and bureaucratic expertise.
Dude, he looks like a fucking chode. He also looks like Christopher Nolan.
Necessary to track and analyze the activities of the ever-expanding pool of off-the-books Central Intelligence Agency assets and targets.
Yeah, I kind of want to be known as the Blonde Ghost too. That's kind of awesome.
In other words, Shackley helped codify the increasing human intelligence requirements of the paramilitary CIA. For the Blonde Ghost, an often overlooked but instrumental spook within the CIA's history, the art of spycraft was found in data sheets and organizational charts, not at cocktail parties or foreign embassies. Although less glamorous than his Ivy League predecessors, Shackley's work effectively allowed the CIA to expand...
That's Alan Dulles. He's the biggest cuck.
...and its capabilities dramatically, to eventually running a full-fledged secret war in Laos before the end of the 1960s. As we covered last episode, the CIA was changing, and Ted Shackley represented one of the major figures within that change, from the old boys towards the operator culture that would emerge throughout the 60s and eventually into the sort of peak in the 1980s with Iran-Contra. So today, let me begin with a short overview of the early years of one of the main characters of my ongoing studies, Ted Shockley, as the agency continued its expansion in the paramilitary realm. Let's begin untangling the story of the Blonde Ghost.
I will do my level best to stand up for freedom and democracy around the world by keeping the United States of America strong and by keeping our eyes wide open as we welcome change in the world. By keeping our eyes wide open.
Ted Shockley's general absence and near omission from so many CIA histories is somewhat understandable, as his activities remain shrouded and obscured to this day. I mentioned earlier that Shockley was known primarily for being elusive, and that is maybe an understatement. Finding photos of Ted Shockley where he is front and center still proves difficult, as the only widely publicized photo of the Spy Master where he is center frame remains the author photo on the back of his first book, The Third Option, published originally in 1981. On screen now is every other known photo of Ted Shockley that I've been able to track down. Beyond that, I sincerely believe that he was never captured publicly on video. And trust me, I have looked everywhere. This has become somewhat of a white whale for me, and yet I have never been able to find him on video recording. This level of elusiveness would be completely understandable for a low or even medium level CIA operative. After all, part of their job as intelligence officials is to be elusive. Yet Ted Shockley was no small fish, which made his continued anonymity an increasingly remarkable feat. After his first postings in post-war Germany with the legendary William King Harvey, Shockley would be promoted to serve as the station chief at JM Wave in Miami by his former boss Harvey, who himself had been elevated to a top role in the Cuba show in Langley, heading Task Force W and the aforementioned ZR Rifle, the CIA's Executive Capabilities Office, aka their assassination program. I covered this at length in my previous video. Shockley's tenure as station chief in Miami coincided
He be looking like a Mormon too, bro.
With the height of the CIA's plots against Castro and the paramilitary boom on the Gulf Coast, making this one of the most prestigious appointments to any aspiring CIA staff member in the agency. From there, later in 1966, Shockley would once again be put on the front lines of the CIA's paramilitary efforts, this time heading the CIA's activities in Laos during the major escalation years of the secret war there, serving from 66 to 68 in that capacity. Maybe now you are starting to see why I decided to take a sidestep into Florida before continuing with my Laos series. Incidentally, many of the top agency operators in the Keystone Southeast Asian state cut their teeth first in Miami and Louisiana, including the Blonde Ghost himself. For Shockley, being posted in Laos from 66 to 68 was only just the beginning, because in 1968, Ted was again promoted to head the CIA station in Saigon, South Vietnam, until roughly 1972. There he would help roll out the infamous joint CIA-Pentagon counterinsurgency program known as Phoenix, first conceived by future CIA Director William Colby, himself acting as a mid-career mentor for the Blonde Ghost himself. Shortly before Colby assumed the CIA directorship in 73, Shockley was elevated in 1972 to his first executive position at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, as the head of the Western Hemisphere Division, a coveted job overseeing all covert activities in the American continent. There, the Ghost played an instrumental role in Project Fubelt, the CIA-backed coup of Chile's President Salvador Allende on September 11, 1973, to be replaced by the brutally repressive Augusto Pinochet. During this same period, while Shockley was posted at CIA headquarters in an executive role in the early 70s, he was in line to inherit the coveted CIA Israeli file from the aging counter-espionage chief James Jesus Angleton. According to researchers such as Joseph Trento, Ted became the new lead man at CIA besides Angleton with the Israelis, a relationship that he would continue to call upon in an official and unofficial capacity throughout the 1980s and the Iran-Contra era. Shockley's role in Miami, Laos, Vietnam, Chile, and finally as a coordinator with Israeli intelligence cemented his reputation as a top planner and schemer, especially when it came to establishing covert funding sources for high-profile and largely illegal intelligence operations that U.S. policymakers were increasingly relying upon into the latter Cold War and post-Vietnam period. This reputation as a mastermind bureaucrat, human intelligence whiz, and expert paymaster followed him into the 1980s after he was forced into retirement from official intelligence work by the incoming Jimmy Carter White House. But that was not before he reached his career peak at CIA in 1976, when he was promoted to Associate Deputy Director for Operations, which is 2 rungs under the directorship, by none other than CIA Director George H.W. Bush. Interesting to see Bush elevate Shockley to his top job at the CIA, especially since the two had likely crossed paths a decade and a half earlier, both as young CIA assets in the Caribbean. Both Shockley and Bush would be shuffled out of CIA shortly after their ascension to top roles, after President Jimmy Carter entered office in January of 1977. Bush was given the door in favor of Carter's nominee for CIA director, an outsider, Admiral Stanfield Turner, who was promptly ordered to clean house at CIA. This was borne out in what was known colloquially as the Halloween Massacre, as several of the long-standing CIA old boys were terminated in another attempt to reform the agency. Sounds oddly similar, doesn't it, to JFK's attempted restructuring at CIA a decade and a half earlier, as we covered in the last episode. Well, in 1977, Shockley was one of the casualties of the Halloween Massacre, being firstly demoted from his post in December of that year and officially retiring from the CIA altogether by 1979. But that was not it for the blonde ghost. No. Ted would reemerge during the 1980s, working as the coordinator and owner of a dizzying network of shell companies associated with the ongoing efforts by the Reagan administration and the CIA to arm the Contra forces in Central America. Notably, former CIA Director Poppy Bush, now Vice President Bush, was likely apprised of his old colleague Shockley's involvement in the whirlwind logistical web known as Iran-Contra. Shockley's involvement in the Contra effort would actually lead to one of his only reported public appearances in September of 1987, when he was forced to testify before the Senate Select Committee on Secret Military Assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan opposition. I have linked the transcript below if you're interested, but do not expect to glean much from Shockley's cagey and avoidant testimony. He was nicknamed the Blonde Ghost for a reason. By giving a high-level overview of Ted Shockley's intelligence career, a career that ran parallel with the CIA's global program throughout 3 decades, I hope that you can begin to see why it remains impressive that so little has been written about or discovered regarding the ubiquitous Shockley. He was seemingly everywhere that the CIA was, often at a top role managing hundreds of employees and assets and acting as the highest-ranked man on the ground in Florida, Laos, and Saigon, before becoming an executive at Langley, overseeing an even wider net of intelligence intrigue. Yet what we are left with is fragments. Shockley appears sparsely in CIA memos and reports. In terms of news articles, before his death in 2002, he was largely overlooked by the mainstream press. Before diving headfirst in—
This bitch got to live till after 9/11. He got to finalize 9/11, and then he peaced out. This bitch had something to do with JFK, and then he got to do 9/11 too.
Into his early career, I want to do a quick source review today, because when talking about Shockley, especially pre-Laos, we are left with so few sources of information. Ted will remain a main character of my studies for the next few seasons at least, so I think an overview of the few sources fully dedicated to the man himself is in order. Since I will often be leaning on 1 or 2 sources for the information in my upcoming videos regarding Shockley, I want to preface today with a disclaimer and a review of said sources so that you can all critically evaluate the admittedly rare information that I will be conveying today. I should start with the books Shockley wrote or co-wrote himself. During his lifetime, Shockley wrote 3 books, 2 of which were released while he was still alive. These 2 contemporaneous works, 1981's The Third Option, An American View of Counterinsurgency, and his 1989 work, Still the Target, Coping with Terror and Crime, provide very few biographical details, instead focusing on Shockley's personal thoughts and recommendations to decision makers regarding the use of intelligence agencies and the evolving global security landscape at the time of publishing. His first book, The Third Option, first published in 1981, only 2 years after his official retirement from the CIA, is a fundamentally bitter work. The book, which Ted dedicates to the Hmong fighters he employed in Laos against the North Vietnamese, opens with a denunciation of the Carter administration, which ordered the termination of he and his cohort of operators in the aforementioned Halloween Massacre. Beyond the obvious grudges held by the exiled Shockley, The Third Option acts as a manifesto of sorts, arguing for Ted's view of his self-defined quote-unquote third option in international relations. The third option is presented as outside of the conventional dichotomy of international politics, that being between diplomacy and open warfare. Shockley's third option encompasses all quote-unquote secret intelligence operations, but with a specific emphasis on the use of covert paramilitary operations to shape the world to the US's liking. This includes, in his words, quote, all aspects of covert action which in some lexicons is defined as the influencing of people and the shaping of events through the use of political, economic, or military factors without the sponsor of this activity being identified in an attributable manner, end quote. In a nutshell, Shockley advocates for increased covert action backed by plausible deniability and for the US state to rely more openly on intelligence agencies in dealing with international conflicts. According to Ted, the CIA and other intel agencies were best equipped to counter the emerging challenges posed by the various communist insurgencies across the globe in the early 80s. Or as he puts it, quote, the paramilitary aspect of the third option can be used in support of—
Cheers, boys. We got some nectar from the big boy booch.
of offensive or guerrilla warfare operations. It can also be harnessed in counterinsurgency operations, which are defensive in nature, end quote. He then makes an interesting prediction. Quote, as the 1980s are likely to be a decade in which the United States will be reacting to challenges much like a counterpunching boxer, it has been assumed our irregular warfare concerns.
I'm gonna get interventioned again for Booch. You're giving up your whole life for Booch. You have to go to a Florida rehab. Please.
Will focus on combating quote-unquote armed clandestine organizations, whose primary goal is to impose their
Clandis? You talking about Clandis Owens?
will on the population in the countries where they are attempting to seize power. End quote. The release of this book in 1981 coincided almost perfectly with the ascension of the Reagan administration, which would see the return of the CIA to its pre-Carter, pre-Halloween massacre glory under OSS Old Boy, Deep State Operator, and, pardon my language, Orwellian freak William Casey. Not to mention the Reagan White House with its former CIA director turned Vice President George H.W. Bush, Shockley's former boss, would oversee the rollout of Iran-Contra, a worldwide narco-counterinsurgency operation that saw Ted acting as an off-the-books logistics whiz for the agency and its allies. With this in mind, his book, The Third Option, reads more like a policy prescription than a reflection, as his quote-unquote third option was further institutionalized as regular policy under Reagan, who leaned heavily on his CIA.
You're giving up your whole life calling feds cucks and lizards. I know. I know, right? It's ruining everyone else's life around me by talking about cucks. I'm sorry, guys.
To arm guerrilla soldiers across the globe. Throughout my chronicling of Ted Shockley's career, we will see flashes of the third option pop up, especially as he helped usher in the CIA's first paramilitary programs in first Miami and then Southeast Asia. As an author, Shockley's works were always eerily compatible with the issues of the day in the top foreign policy circles in Washington, D.C. If the third option was a perfect roadmap for the incoming Reagan administration, his 1989 book, co-authored by Shockley, titled Still the Target, Coping with Terror and Crime, acted as a similarly well-suited piece, this time for the incoming Poppy Bush administration. In 1989, the Cold War was winding down, and the hawks in the military intelligence blob were developing a new paradigm to replace the once omnipresent threat of global communist subversion. This would, of course, evolve into the
Skitter encourages the cut combos.
now ubiquitous global war on terror, which simply swapped out the communist threat with an ever-pervasive terror.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that I was ruining everyone else's life around me because I knew their secrets. The cuck stops here. We gotta stop this boy. Is the booch in a glass because you don't want us to see how big the bottle is? I want to see it. Well, I did show how big the bottle is. I think it's an unwieldy amount to drink out of a bottle. It's fucking huge. It's like trying to drink out of a gallon pitcher, or like a gallon jug. I think it'll end poorly. And this way I can ration myself. I'm going to figure out how many of these glasses there are. Wait, how much is like a normal... What's a pint? You think this is 12 ounces? It's like a canning jar. No, I'm calling you a cuck, Theodore. Yeah, it's like drinking out of a 2-liter. I got a ration, too.
Threat. Maybe not as prescriptive as...
I will say, this booch is way more fizzy than they normally are. It's nice. The bubbles are already getting to my head. I'm about to get wild, boys.
Shockley's previous...
I'm gonna fucking pause every 3 seconds. Hold on. Did you hear that?
Book, Still the Target sets out to provide practical methods and techniques to travelers on how to avoid or mitigate the impacts of a terror attack. As the description on the back of the book states, quote, whether
the booch will be gone tomorrow. Dude, it might be gone to... No, we're gonna have to have some for tomorrow.
A traveling VIP or Mr. and Mrs. Joe Average.
Well, dude, I didn't realize that booch does have a little alcohol in it. I think it's like 1% or something. But maybe this one's bubblier, so it has more.
Still the Target gives the reader the most up-to-date facts and strategies available for coping with the threat of terrorism today. End quote. Shockley and co-author Richard Finney's book was published seemingly to cash in on the incoming terror threat hysteria. Although it would only be under Bush's son's administration that the global war on terror would really get off the ground, designed and rolled out by Bush the father's cronies, which he placed in his son's administration. With that said, Shockley's 1989 book, Still the Target, which has been largely forgotten and seemingly barely sold at the time, again showed that Ted was plugged into these evolving paradigms, and was even maybe a bit too early.
No, Peppa, we don't want off this fucking rock. We want these lizards off of our rock. This shit is ours, bro. How dare them? They cut Gaia up and sold her. As if. You can't own Gaia. The collective owns Gaia. No one owns Gaia. We're just here. We're guests. We need to start acting like it.
To this particular development. Nonetheless, Ted seemed...
Yeah, is it less than 1%? I will say these booches do get me fucking spiced up. They make me feel zesty. But maybe that's just because I don't drink, so I have a super low tolerance. Or maybe it's just the bubbles. The bubbles get me all spicy.
To follow his former boss Bush's whims to a T. Yet most importantly to my research is Shockley's third...
Honestly, maybe it's the ginger. Maybe ginger does to me what honey does.
Book titled Spy Master, My Life in the CIA, which is as close to an autobiography or memoir as we ever got from the KG spook. Originally published posthumously in 2005, 3 years after his death, co-author Richard Finney claims in the first pages that he and Shockley completed the manuscript shortly before his death in December of 2002. Accordingly, this work remains a truly sanitized history of Shockley's life, not only for the fact that he was personally involved in its writing and authorized its release, but also that it was published by Potomac Books, a publisher that had released several other similar quote-unquote official CIA history works, such as a book by U2 pilot Francis Gary Powers and other CIA hagiographies. Funnily enough, in Spy Master, Potomac Books is said to be based in, of all places, a town called Dulles, Virginia, the municipality containing Dulles International Airport in the DC metropolitan area, which feels like a wink and a nod if I've ever seen one. Dulles, Virginia is also only about a 20-minute drive from Langley, Virginia, where CIA headquarters is based. So it wouldn't be much of a stretch to speculate that Potomac Books was in some way affiliated with the agency, but again, this is all speculation. Now, returning to Spy Master, usually I am hesitant to use official CIA histories as they tend to be sanitized and overall quite dismissive of some of their more controversial operations. Yet since there are so few sources related to Ted Shockley, and especially as I mentioned earlier, so few sources dealing with his early CIA career, I will pull occasionally from this work, mostly in the rare instances where the Spy Master book offers...
Cat Dad drinks one booch and starts talking and walking like a geisha.
some unique insight about Ted that isn't available elsewhere, or maybe just for a little bit of a dish.
Ew, you live right by Dulles? Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
No flavor here and there. Although the book does often portray intelligence work as mundane and wholly uncontroversial, Shockley does tell on himself inadvertently at some points. I will make sure to point these instances out when they do come up, because Spy Master does admittedly include some interesting admissions to those who know the broader history of CIA operations at the time, so I will dig into those when they come up. Now, there is really only one secondary biographical source that is fully dedicated to uncovering...
My chair will not stop rolling backwards. It's driving me nuts. Stop, dude. What the frick?
Ted Shockley's exploits throughout his varied career, and that is David Corn's 1994 book, Blonde Ghost. Interestingly, his first published book. Blonde Ghost to this day remains the only full-length piece written specifically about Shockley that was not written by the man himself. So naturally, I will be pulling extensively from Corn's book throughout this presentation and in most other instances where I discuss Ted. But first, I need to lay out a few disclaimers. David Corn is an establishment journalist, having written for a long time for The Nation magazine and as a regular contributor to The Washington Post and The New York Times.
Ew.
Corn was afforded unique access to CIA sources in writing this work, and although he raises some truly fascinating information about Shockley and his cohort of spies, we do have to tread with caution here. As researchers looking into Ted Shockley, we are forced to take Corn at face value, as there is no way to independently verify the information he conveys. That you
know what I mean?
He gathered from his high-level CIA sources. With this type of journalistic access, we have to assume that his work was reviewed by the agency itself, or at the very least, that the sources were vetted.
It does make me zesty, bro. It's okay. I get my zest out.
to be compatible with the narrative the CIA wished to portray before their interviews. So although I will be citing David Korn's work extensively, I want
down the hatch.
to caveat this extensive citation with the fact that we as readers have no way to confirm whether the information he gathered is fulsome, or, in the case of CIA sources, simply limited hangouts. I hope to intersperse my own interpretations throughout, and as always, when I do so, you will see this green eye icon appear at the top corner of the screen, indicating that I am simply speculating or adding my own analysis. So with all that out of the way, let's start at the beginning. On July 16th...
I'm down with Zest Dad. Hell yeah. Booge can range from 0.5 up to a hard 7%. Depends what you got. Could definitely get you feeling zesty. Yeah, I don't think because what's the brand? I forget the main brand. Like it couldn't be like higher than a beer. Otherwise, they just sell it to anyone. Maybe they are, dude. I don't know. There's no regulation on anything anymore.
In 1927.
Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't brought back Four Locos, the original, again, with like the 6 cups of coffee equivalent of caffeine in them.
Eleanor Shockley, formerly Lena Anna Sadova, a first-generation Polish immigrant, gave birth to her first son, Theodore George Shockley Jr., in Springfield, Massachusetts. Although his parents didn't know at the time, a
this shit looks fucking AI, bro. That's not a
CIA
real
legend
person.
was born. Allegedly, rumors and gossip regarding the cagey CIA prodigy, Ted Shockley, circled around the water coolers at Langley during his tenure there. Many believed that the reclusive and secretive spymaster had grown up an orphan, abandoned by his mother at a young age. As it turned out, the blonde ghost had not been an orphan, but he was indeed born into a fractured home. His first-generation immigrant mother from Poland, Lena Anna Sadova, later known as Eleanor, had
Poland, you don't say.
Like so many other newcomers looking to assimilate into their new country, married an American man with little thought as to whether it was a good idea or not. That American was Ted's father, Theodore Shockley Sr., a salesman. She was 17 and he was 22 when they married in Hartford, Connecticut in 1925. The marriage was difficult from the beginning, as Theodore Sr. was a drunk and was often absent from the household for bouts of drinking at local taverns. Interestingly, experiencing an alcoholic father at a young age may have ultimately led to Ted Jr.'s lifelong avoidance of alcohol. Ted's parents split in 1929, not to be officially divorced until 1937. And although the marriage was
instead he became a CIA freak,
fraught and short-lived, it did produce one child, born in 1927. This was, of course, Ted Shockley Jr. Shockley would spend his early boyhood jumping between cities. After his mother split with Ted Sr., the two moved to Queens, New York, where she found work at a hotel in Manhattan. Eventually, single mother Eleanor sent her son away to live with a woman who Korn speculates was his Polish grandmother out in New Jersey. This is likely where the young boy learned to speak Polish, an at the time unknowably valuable asset to his future intelligence career. While he was in New Jersey, Shockley's mother met her second husband, a 50-year-old purchasing agent for one of the railroads named Justin Manning. Nearly 20 years her elder, Manning was able to retire shortly thereafter off of some successful investments. From there, Manning took his fiancée and her son to a new house he had bought for them all, in of all places, West Palm Beach, Florida. An area that would become increasingly significant for the young Ted some 2 decades later, when he'd be put in charge of the CIA station in Miami, less than 100 miles south from the new family home. There, on the sunny Florida coast, the young Ted and his mother weathered the Great Depression, thanks to his adoptive father's significant fortune. Ted Shockley Jr. was part of a cohort of American boys that are often overlooked or outright forgotten in our collective imagination of this period. With so much emphasis placed on the baby boomer experience post-war, the so-called silent generation of which Shockley was a part of are continuously overshadowed. But more specifically even, were the silent generation types that were children during World War II, too young to serve in the war and too old to fit into the boomer generation that came to dominate American pop culture during the Cold War. Young Ted, a reportedly patriotic and politically engaged teenager, likely brooded seeing his fellow countrymen go off to war, while he was stuck in his idyllic Palm Beach bubble. According to David Korn, Shockley made many attempts to join the military during the war, but he continuously came up short. Aged 14 in 1941, the athletic football-playing high schooler was barred from serving in the World War until the very end in a non-combat role. Despite this, Korn notes that in high school, Shockley was, quote, considered one of the brightest, ready, and able to speak up in any classroom discussion, end quote, hinting at his future prominence as an expert briefer in America's future spy agency, as we will see in a bit. In 1945, just as Shockley was graduating high school, it was his turn to go overseas. Ted finally enrolled in the military in October of that year, despite the fighting being over in Europe by that point. Although he avoided combat, his role in the military with the Counterintelligence Corps, or the CIC for short, would foreshadow his lifelong journey as a clandestine operator. Although he was speaking of his time in occupied Japan, CIC recruit Harry Brunet's statement on the Counterintelligence Corps experience is enlightening in regards to Ted's possible experience in Germany at that same time. As Brunet stated to authors Alec Dubrow and David Kaplan in their book Yakuza, quote, "You had to be lily white to get into CIC and turn coal black to stay in." And also, quote, "That CIC badge was your authority to do anything. If they told you to break in and steal some documents, you did it. We'd trade with the devil if we had to." End quote. If that was the CIC experience in post-war Japan, it is safe to assume that in occupied Germany, young Ted was also getting his first taste of skullduggery. The CIC formed one key piece of the US's impromptu World War II intelligence apparatus. Formed originally as the Corps of Intelligence Police during World War I as a quasi-police force attached to American expeditionary forces in Europe, it was revived as the Counterintelligence Corps in 1941 to mostly serve investigative counterintelligence functions stateside during the war. The CIC resembled a military police unit more than anything else. As the name implied, the Counterintelligence Corps worked to root out potential subversives and double agents in the Army and other federal departments in the US. As the war ended in Europe in 1945, the Allies were charged with administering their portion of occupied Germany. Initially, the occupied territory was split between 4 zones, one for each of the Allied powers. Eventually, these divisions would crystallize into the Western-aligned West German state, formed from the 3 Allied portions of Germany, and the Soviet satellite state of East Germany, from the Soviet-occupied portion. In the immediate post-war years, the US ordered the CIC to act as a constabulary force in their occupied quadrant, essentially acting as military...
Yeah, fuck it, right? It's 9/11 somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. Might as well imbibe and start mashed potato talk early.
Police
Happy
in the tumultuous
9/11
wreckage. It is there, in the
Puerto
pressure cooker of
Rico or
1945
something.
Germany, that Ted
Maybe
Shockley cut his
Haiti.
teeth on his first intelligence assignment with the 970th Detachment of CIC. It was likely Shockley's ability to speak Polish that got him a role in the CIC, a clear asset in unsettled post-war Europe. It is important to emphasize the absolute state of turmoil that Germany and Europe as a whole were in late 1945. Following 6 years of all-out combat, the European landmass began to resemble one large refugee camp, with displaced people from across Europe floating around in the post-bellum chaos. Prisoners of war, refugees, displaced people, war criminals, everyone was in motion, either fleeing or seeking refuge in this tumultuous environment. Included in this entropy of displaced people was the US CIC, sent to bring some sense of order to the orderless chaos of post-war Germany. And amongst those cohorts of CICs was Ted Shockley. In the book Spymaster, Shockley only mentions his time at CIC once, saying, quote, "It was in Berlin in 1946 to 47 that as a fuzzy-cheeked young man doing his military service in an Army Counterintelligence Corps CIC unit, I became interested in intelligence as a career." End quote. For such an allegedly formative experience, he provides us with 0 details on what that formative experience entailed. As we know now, one of the major responsibilities of the CIC in post-war Germany, which to David Korn's credit he does mention, was to track down fugitive members of the Nazi elite, first to detain, and later to either send to stand trial, or to employ under secret agreements. As Korn puts it, quote, "Shockley was sent into the wreckage of Berlin as a low-level CIC operator. And, quote, he worked in displaced persons camps and put his Polish skills to use, interviewing refugees, looking for war criminals, past Gestapo agents, and subversive Poles. Shockley did more than question DPs, here meaning displaced persons. He trundled through the rebel-strewn streets of Berlin in search of persons on
DPs? I bet he was getting DPs.
automatic arrest lists." End quote. To the CIC, high-value German targets were any members of the
Right? This little pretty boy.
Nazi party hierarchy, high-ranking military officers, and most famously, German scientists. Yes, the CIC and by proxy Ted Shockley were at the front lines of what would eventually become Operation Paperclip, which was the now well-known program put in place by several US departments and agencies, but most famously the Army and the War Department, to secretly smuggle out and employ the top ranks of the Third Reich's research and development staff. These included the men in charge of developing the V-2 rocket, the first self-guided, liquid-fueled ballistic rocket ever developed. The US and the Soviet Union both developed their own rocketry programs, largely thanks to the post-war absorption.
Dude, it's insane to me that they lied to the whole country and faked a moon landing Hollywood style. They did War of the Worlds, but for moon landings. Isn't that embarrassing, bro? That's cringe as fuck. They're like, yeah, we're sending live TV from the moon. Okay.
Of German scientists into their own research teams.
These guys, these bozo heads.
But more pertinently, Ted Shackley as a CIC official in Germany, therefore, could have conceivably come into contact with some of these high-value targets.
Yeah, are you saying that he got with 2 German scientists and that made an Eiffel Tower by high-fiving over his back? Exactly. Could be interpreted that way.
Including scientists. If he was indeed involved in these operations, which the CIC were largely responsible for, he may have even had some insider knowledge of the deals cut between the US and these high-value targets, maybe even knowledge of the rat lines established by Western intelligence to get Nazis out of Germany and into mostly South America, but also the United States and Canada. Shackley's understanding of these controversial and at times highly secret
and South Africa and Russia and Australia, they're literally everywhere.
Operations could help to explain why he was scouted for intelligence work, specifically with the CIA after the war. Since he was already clued into one major government secret, he was in a sense already in the club. A few more secrets wouldn't hurt. Now would probably be a good time to mention that Shackley had also been given his first formal intelligence training during his time at the CIC, at the European Theater Intelligence School at Oberammergau. The Intel School in the Bavarian Alps acted as the major US intelligence school in Europe at the time, which would eventually become the NATO School, a major educational facility for incoming cadres at NATO. At the time, in mid-1946, when Shackley was reportedly sent for training at Oberammergau, a former CIC 970th veteran had just been transferred to the facility, now serving under the Army's Military Intelligence Service. That instructor, who very well might have taught the young Shackley about intelligence, was none other than a young Henry Kissinger, recently relieved from his duties in the CIC. This chance meeting between the teacher Kissinger and the pupil Shackley is particularly interesting, when taken in the context that Shackley would 2 decades later be the man on the ground for the CIA in both Laos and South Vietnam, while Henry Kissinger, first as an unofficial advisor on Indochina and later acting as Nixon's national security advisor, was personally responsible for the bombing campaigns that supported Shackley's irregular forces in the subcontinent. Not to mention Kissinger himself had a significant role in Project Foobelt, the overthrow of Chilean President Salvador Allende in 1972, an operation that Shackley...
Oh, wait, dude, I saw that. Trump's doing a demolition of the East Wing. Oh, what's Tony talking about?
It is because the foreskin is worth $190
Oh, yeah. Elliot, hell yeah, free the fucking foreskins, boys. They be selling our foreskins. I thought I saw it. Did I not like it? Man, that's some hater shit. White House East Wing demolition. Yeah, look at this shit, bro.
Americans are getting their first look at demolition underway at the White House. Work crews making room for President Trump's $250 million ballroom. The president has said the ballroom can...
Why are they doing this? What a dumb look, too. Like, dude, you want to talk about zesty? This man is demolishing part of his house to build a giant ballroom. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. What is Donald up to? Why are they doing this?
Would not interfere with existing White House structures. It comes on day 20, by the way, of the government shutdown. Congress still
It would not interfere. What the fuck is this, bro?
getting paid, with thousands of workers fired now. And tonight, 1,400 workers at the National Nuclear Security Agency have now been furloughed. Mary Bruce at the White House tonight.
With the government now shut down for 20 days and the House out of session, tonight activity of a different kind getting attention. Crews at the White House tearing down walls as construction on President Trump's vast new ballroom gets underway.
Dude, do you think they killed people in the East Wing or something and they're just getting rid of the evidence? Remember when they were throwing trash bags out the window?
Trump once promised the project wouldn't interfere with the current structure of the White House.
It won't interfere with the current building. It won't be. It'll be.
Why the fuck is Triple H here? What is going on? They have a straight up wrestler. What is Triple H doing here? Right? I'm not nuts. That's Triple H. What the fuck is going on? He's probably the national security advisor. Yeah, the same day as the internet collapsing. We live in idiocracy. He's giving, dude, an orange man, an orange grandfather is great grandfather at this point, right? Is giving a fucking talk about demolishing the East Wing of the White House for his zesty ass ballroom. Standing behind him is Triple H, the wrestler. This is insane, bro. Oh, it's because Hulk Hogan died? Triple H is going to do the demo with his bare hands. This is crazy. Love it.
Near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of.
Today, demolition began, bulldozers ripping away portions of the East Wing. The president holding an event inside, acknowledging the commotion.
Right on the other side, you have a lot of construction going on, which you might hear periodically.
Trump says the new ballroom will be 90,000 square feet, larger than the White House residence itself. It will hold 999 people and cost $250 million, which the president insists will come entirely from private donations.
You'll have drinks, cocktails, everything on this floor. And then they'll say, welcome to dinner. You walk into the ballroom, Mr. Senators.
The president only briefly addressing the government shutdown today as its ripple effects are spreading. Roughly 1,400 employees of the National Nuclear Security Administration, which safeguards the country's nuclear stockpile, now on unpaid leave. Only 400 workers remain on the job.
Every day that the government is shut down, it is a danger to the American people.
But Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring the House into session. And Democrats...
Yeah, dude, I feel like they're doing some national treasure shit and breaking into some Freemason tomb shit. Triple H is married to a woman who's in politics? Really? What the fuck?
Are refusing to back down, insisting on a deal to repeal Medicaid cuts and extend health care subsidies that are set to expire, causing insurance premiums to spike for millions of Americans.
Republicans seem happy not to work, happy not to negotiate, happy to let health care premiums spike for over 20 million working and middle-class Americans.
Now we've asked the White House how this...
Tyler Robinson's dad's construction company is probably doing the construction.
Demolition squares with the president's pledge not to interfere with the current...
Dude, I would love to watch National Treasure for a stream, but we would get hit. We'd get blasted in the ass. I wish. I love that movie. I love Nick Cage.
Structure, but so far, no response. David.
Bruce, at the White House tonight, Mary, thank you. Americans are getting their first look at demolition underway at the White House. Work crews making room for...
Oh shit. This is the skitter kidder. Aww. Look at that little moustache. Oh my god. Hand for scale. Oh.
You are currently staring into a two-way Black Mirror portal.
I have
slowly
fucking cuteness aggression on this. Wait, this just played... Hold on. It just skipped and commented on... Tried to comment on a different video. Fuck yeah. Skibidi dee 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 dee. Do you know what time it is for Jesus cosmic ripple time? Green adventuring organite pyramid. Tropical Bluestone energy tool. Oh my goodness. You ever seen color something like this? I don't know. I don't think you have. And is not included in the pyramid, but you get everything inside of the freaking cool resin. Boys, this energy orgone pyramid is going to change your fucking life. Made by our very own Skitteroni. Handcrafted. Love a top down, dude. Oh! Ooh, I love the double braided coil. Palm not included. Gosh damn. Now that is a statement piece. Baratheon said we live inside a dream. I agree. I think we can change the dream.
On Instacams, men connect only with women for real one-on-one video chats. Tired of random chat sites full of guys? Just
Dragon bloodlines. It won't frickin' play, dude. What is this shit? What, you gotta watch the weird porno ads to...
Stop before you skip this ad. Big Pharma and shoe companies are furious that this doctor exposed their billion-dollar lie. You've been lied to your entire life. Every step you take in regular shoes is slowly destroying your body. Look at this. Your feet are naturally this wide.
Wait, what do you mean the BitChute ad is gonna get me flagged? Like for copyright or something? Look, free feet. Oh, we can skip. Thank goodness.
Check out the outlet that you never knew you needed, but now you can't live without. Let me show you how it works. So it goes directly over your...
Dude. What, did they take this off YouTube or something?
I thought I would try to touch on as many video request topics as I could in this video, including the Phoenicians, Aryans, Israelites and lost tribes, the Ashkenazi,
Let's go.
Noah and his sons, and probably the most frequently requested
Yeah, we haven't checked out a Robert Seffer in a minute.
culture, the Scythians. That seems like quite a lot, but since there's a lot of overlap, I'll give it a shot. So welcome to another episode. The Scythians are the common ancestors of the Indo-European people. The word Indo-European describes a language family spoken over the greater part of Europe and Asia as far as northern India. It implies that a tribe of people, the Proto-Indo-Europeans, diffused in the past from the Black Sea area or Anatolia, and identifying these people ethnically and historically will hopefully tie together many loose
Sorry, Mushka needed to be snuggled.
ends. Proto just means before, original, or first. So Proto-Indo-European means the original tribe of people that spread in antiquity into Europe to the west and into India to the east. And when we look at the branch of anthropology known as linguistics, which means the origin of languages, the oldest branch of Indo-European languages were the Anatolian languages, the geographic area around the Black Sea, including the Caucasus Mountains, which is modern-day Turkey, and Armenia, once part of the Hittite Empire. Pliny the Elder's Natural History derives the name of the Caucasus from the Scythian Kroi Caucasus, meaning ice shining white with snow. The Caucasus is where we get the term Caucasian from. In a biblical context, it's where Noah was said to have settled after the floodwaters receded. In medieval ethnography, the world was divided into 3 large-scale groupings, corresponding to 3 classical continents: the Caucasian Semite people of Asia, the Hamitic Caucasian people of North Africa, and the Caucasian Japhetic people of Europe. While these terms are no longer in use, mainly because of changing demographics, keep in mind that they apply to millennia ago and to the nobility of these societies, not every single individual that lived within a geographical region, which at one time included large slave populations. For now, let's focus on the expansion of the Scythian culture. The Cimmerians lived on the steppes north of the Black Sea until they were driven from their homeland by the Scythians, who had themselves been driven from their homeland in Central Asia by a nomadic Massageti, who were also part of the group known as Indo-Europeans, meaning their languages shared the same root words and part of the wider Scythian culture. But these ancient Indo-European tribes were not united. They were constantly at war with each other. It doesn't mean that they were not of the same ethnicity, language group, or race. It just means they fought a lot. So there were also cultural variations among these various sects. For example, according to Herodotus, quote, "The dress and mode of living of the Massageti resembled the Scythians. They fight both on horseback and on foot. Their arms are all either of gold or of brass. Each man has but one wife, yet all the wives are held in common, for this is a custom of the Massageti and not the Scythians. Human life does not come to its natural close with this people. But when a man grows very old, all of his kinsfolk collect together and offer him up in sacrifice, offering at the same time some cattle also. After the sacrifice, they boil the flesh and feast on it, and those who thus end their days are reckoned the happiest. If a man dies of disease, they do not eat him, and bury him in the ground, bewailing his ill fortune that he did not come to be sacrificed. The only god they worship is the sun, and to him they offer the horse in sacrifice." So this Indo-European sect was clearly into sun worship, cannibalism, and sacrifice. Procopius of Caesarea was the principal Byzantine historian of the 6th century, and in his writings called History of the Wars, the Buildings, and the Secret History, states that, quote, "the Massagetae, whom they now call Huns." Roman historians also considered the Alans to be the former Massagetae. So I know this might be a little confusing, as these tribes are not spoken about in Hollywood films or even in modern classrooms, but it will make more sense later. The 4th century Roman historian Ammianus Martialis wrote that the Alans were tall, blonde, and, quote, "nearly all of the Alani are men of great stature and beauty.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Caucasian.
The hair is somewhat yellow, their eyes are terribly fierce." According to the Jewish historian Josephus, the Alans were Scythians. When we look up the Alans, we find that the name Alan is an Iranian dialectical form of Aryan, which brings us to another term no longer used in any university after World War II. Yet the word Aryan is etched in stone thousands of years ago in places like the Behistun inscription in Iran, and is synonymous with the modern term Indo-European. The Alans, Massageti, the Hittites of Anatolia, the Suebi, which I covered in a recent video, who became the modern Swedes and occupied southern Germany in what is now called Swat.
Mushka just hopped down and Squeaks was sitting on the floor and he was doing his troll toll shit. The toll troll where he's just sitting there waiting for her to pass so he can chase her. So I just grabbed him by the head and she ran past him. Me and Mushka are a good team.
Swabia and the Scythians were all Aryan tribes that shared Indo-European or Aryan ancestry. In Histories, Herodotus describes the Budini of Scythia as red-haired and gray-eyed. In the 5th century BC, Greek physician Hippocrates argued that the Scythians were light-skinned.
Tell everyone that you did more violence today. No, stop running away from your problems. Tell everyone that you were doing domestic violence to your sister, your blind sister. Yeah, oh, of course you want to leave. Yeah, run away from your problems. That's fine. Never gonna change.
2nd century BC, Han Chinese envoy Zhang Qian described the sake.
1 spoonful of honey with cinnamon before bed equals 0 memory collapse. The secret, the bill.
Saka, another name for the ethnicity known as the Scythians, as having yellow hair and blue eyes. Pliny the Elder characterizes the Saka, Scythians.
You gotta get this boy's hole. You gotta pay the troll toll if you wanna get this boy's soul.
Or Tocharians as red-haired, blue-eyed, and unusually tall, which is supported by the 4,000-year-old, 6'6" tall Caucasian mummies found in China. The 4th century bishop Gregory of Nyssa wrote that the Scythians were fair-skinned and blonde-haired. So these tall, ginger and blonde and blue-eyed Aryan tribes from Central Asia and Anatolia, which went by many names including the Huns, whose ancient symbology included the swastika symbol and serpents, entered Europe in several waves, represented as a great dragon in many European myths and legends that had an appetite for cattle and young virgins, and in many cases established themselves as royalty and nobility. To help drive this point home, let us take a look at some of the World War I.
Is this why these Nazi fucks be drinking baby blood?
And World War II propaganda from Allied forces about the Germans. Hun, or the Hun, is a term used in reference to the Huns of the migration period. This term was used heavily during World War I and was often seen on Allied war posters. The origin of the term was a reference to Attila the Hun, which in my last video I told you had red hair and blue or green eyes, regardless of the false modern depictions of him. The usage of the term Hun to describe Germans resurfaced during World War II, although less frequently than in the previous war. For example, Winston Churchill in 1941 said in a broadcast speech, quote, "There are less than 70 million malignant Huns, some who are curable and others killable, most of whom are already engaged in holding down Australians, Czechs, Poles, and the many other ancient races they now bully and pillage." Later that year, Churchill referred to the invasion of the Soviet Union as the dull, drilled, docile, brutish masses of the Hun soldiery plodding on like a swarm of crawling locusts. During this time, American President Franklin D. Roosevelt also referred to the German people in this way, saying that an Allied invasion into southern France would surely, quote, be successful and of great assistance to Eisenhower in driving the Huns from France. So I'm not making any commentary about who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. Since people tend to have their minds already made up, my point is simply that blue-eyed people from the Middle East migrated into Europe, many of whom have ancestors today that have no clue about their own Central Asian or Middle Eastern origins, thinking that they're fair-haired and light-eyed Europeans sprouted out of the ground the same way that people in modern India think that their upper caste nobility, known as Aryans, were always there and never rode in on their horses, introducing Sanskrit, the swastika, and the ethnic caste system thousands of years ago, which they certainly did. Geneticists, having compared mitochondrial DNA from blue-eyed individuals in diverse countries such as Jordan, Denmark, and Turkey, concluded that people with blue eyes have a single common ancestor that lived by the Black Sea around 8,000 years ago, spreading out from there during the Holocene, along with domesticated animals, agricultural civilization, and the Aryan language family. By the way, this includes many people that do not have blue eyes, but carry the gene for blue eyes recessively. Live Science recently published an article titled "Blue-Eyed Immigrants Transformed Ancient Israel 6,500 Years Ago." The article goes on to say that, quote, thousands of years ago in what is now northern Israel, waves of migrating people from the north and east, present-day Iran and Turkey.
No, this is not Avi Loeb. This is Robert Seffer. Whoops.
Say that, quote, thousands of years ago in what is now northern Israel, waves of migrating people from the north and east.
Oh, wait.
Present-day
Or did you mean, was he one of the people in one of the pictures?
Iran and Turkey arrived in the region, and this influx of newcomers had a profound effect, transforming the emerging culture. What's more, these immigrants not only brought new cultural practices.
I think my shits are green. Retinal scan me. Can you see? Here, get this for my biometrics. Why won't it focus? kind of blue-green. More green, I think. But it won't focus. I can't really tell. Can you guys tell? What's the story? Hazel? That's what hazel is? Okay.
Practices. They also introduced new genes, such as the ones that produce blue eyes, that were previously unknown in that geographic area, according to a new study. Archaeologists recently discovered this historic population shift by analyzing DNA from skeletons preserved in an Israeli cave.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for making my eyes feel pretty. I appreciate it.
Site in the north of the tiny country contains dozens of burials and more than 600 bodies dating to approximately 6,500 years ago, the scientists reported. DNA
I do feel like they have, yeah, it's like hazel on the outside. It can't pick what color it wants to be.
analysis showed that the skeletons preserved in the cave were genetically distinct from people who historically lived in that region, and some of the genetic differences matched those of people who lived in neighboring Anatolia and the Zagros Mountains, which are now part of Turkey and Iran, the study found. So what we have is a match between biblical stories about a tribe from the Caucasus Mountains, specifically Mount Ararat, where Noah settled, that saved domesticated animals used in agriculture, and spreading out and disseminating agricultural civilization, horses, cattle, and Aryan languages into Europe and Asia, leaving behind blue-eyed statues that also matches genetic sequencing in terms of blue eyes, as well as a matching fossil record in terms of mummies in modern Israel dating back 6,500 years, 4,000-year-old blonde mummies in China with the same DNA, also matching mummies of Egyptian pharaohs of the same phenotype. So there's absolutely no discrepancy between myth and legends of tall blue-eyed Aryans, properly interpreted biblical accounts, or the genetic or fossil record. In Wikipedia, the stature of the Scythians is recorded as follows, quote, "Anthropological data shows the Scythians were tall and powerfully built, even by modern standards. This was particularly the case for the warrior and noblemen, who were often more than 6 feet tall. Sometimes they exceeded 6'3" in height, and males exceeding 6'6" have been uncovered. The ordinary people whom they dominated were much smaller stature, averaging 4 to 6 inches below them in height. Skeletons of Scythian nobles differ from those of today by their longer arm and leg bones and stronger bone formation. These physical characteristics affirm an Iranian origin. The Scythians also adorned themselves with tattoos. The most famous Scythian mummy is known as the Ice Princess, discovered in an undisturbed tomb from the 5th century BC, a common type of tattoo being griffins.
Bro, these tattoos are sick. Is that a deer with flowers coming out of its head?
A legendary creature with the body, tail, and back legs of a lion, and the head and wings of an eagle. In regards to what Scythians say about their origins, Herodotus says that, quote, "The Scythians' legend about themselves, which portrays the first Scythian king, Targetus, as a child..."
Look, Squeak's scared our little chicken nugget over here. Hi, boo-boo. It's okay. You stay here. There she is. The little boo-boo. Winkletron. Come over here. Hi, baby. Oh, she's a good nugget. Is your brother chasing you around the house? Why he doing that? Huh? Poor baby. Look at her. Dude, she's perfection. Perfection. Right? She's just a little nug. Tiny little thing. She's so small. She weighs like 4 pounds and Squeaks be terrorizing her, doing domestic violence on her. She's perfect. She's purring. Dude, she is the best. Best kidder, hands down. Definitely better than this one. Menace. Look at him he's getting green screened out. Because I'm going to vaporize him if he keeps terrorizing his sisters. But this one? You're so funny. Okay, come on, guys. Stop horsing around. Quit it.
Of the sky god and of a daughter of the Dnieper. Tarchissus allegedly lived 1,000 years before the failed Persian invasion of Scythia, around 1500 BC. He had 3 sons, before whom fell from the sky a set of 4 golden implements, a plow, a yoke, a cup, and a battle axe. Only the youngest son succeeded in
I know her one eye that works is always serious. It's always suspicious.
touching the golden implements without them bursting with fire. And this son's descendants, called by Herodotus the royal Scythians, continued to guard them. In another legend, as told by Herodotus, all Scythians were direct.
Is that bull blowing on him? Or did the bull bit his dick off. That's where his dick went. That sucks, dude.
Descendants of Hercules, who had 3 sons from a mythical beast whose lower part was snake-like and whose upper part was one of a hermaphrodite. The word hermaphrodite is a combination of the words Hermes and Aphrodite, and has occult interpretations that I've covered in previous videos. The lower serpentine body is similar to the legend of Melusine, which is the goddess used by Starbucks on their logo.
Yeah. Melusine, she's got 2 mermaid legs.
Which I also covered in a prior episode and will leave a link to in the description. In 2017, another genetic study of the Scythians suggested that the Scythians were related to the Yama culture, also known as the ochre grave culture, dating to the
Is that the immunity idol necklace? Yeah.
Bronze Age around 3300 BC, which derives from its characteristic burial tradition with red ochre. The pits were called Yama. So as you can see, this area is bordering the north of the Caucasus Mountains, where Mount Ararat is located, and where we find the story of Noah and his 3 sons, which of course is part of the Hebrew Bible, or Old Testament. And it's interesting that, according to Herodotus, the Scythians did not eat pork, and banned all swine from their territory. That said, let's look at some other names
Because they know it's people.
that are attributed to the Scythians.
But they ate people, didn't they?
The Encyclopedia Britannica
Everybody eats
states the
people.
term Saka and Scyths were regarded as synonymous.
Dude, the further back in seasons of Survivor that we go, because me and Skidder been watching Survivor, dude, I've gone back to like season like 26. Dude, there's chemis everywhere. They've been doing this shit forever. Hey, I am going to beat your ass. Squeaks. Does anyone want a squeaks? This map says no gays. Where?
Herodotus wrote that the Persians call all the Scythians Sakai. There are historians that say that the Scythians belonged to the 10 lost tribes of Israel and were allied to what we call the Phoenician Empire, linking the Scythian tribes to the Hebrew patriarch Isaac. According to the Bible, Isaac was the son of Abraham, who was, along with his wife Sarah, the first Israelite to enter the land of Egypt. I can't go into detail regarding the lost tribes now, as that will require several videos to properly cover, but I will say that archaeologically speaking, there is an ancient city in modern Israel just north of Jerusalem that was once called Scythopolis, as you can see here on this map. Which brings us to another name the Scythians were known as, the Askuzai. In Hebrew, the word Ashkenazi means Germans, particularly communities along the Rhine River in western Germany and in northern France dating to the Middle Ages. Their language
All the pieces are aligning, boys. Ashkenazis more like, right?
Language is Yiddish, which is a form of High German. Swabian is another Aryan language considered High German, which is where New Swabia, or Neuschwabenland in Antarctica, is named after. In the 19th century, the German theologian August Wilhelm Nobel equated Ashkenaz with the Germans, deriving the name of the Asir from Ashkenaz. The Asir are the gods of the principal pantheon in Norse religion.
But wait, are the Ashkenazi also the Khazarians? Are they similar?
Including Odin and Thor.
Dude, she has little spots to crawl into all over and high spots to run away, but this dude is a fucking menace. He doesn't care. He's being a dick. You are bad. He bad. You're so rude. Your sisters love you. So rude, dude. He's like the mom from fucking Lady Bird or whatever.
The name Ashkenazi derives from the biblical figure of Ashkenaz, who was the first son of Gomer, son of Japhet, and Japhet was one of the three sons of Noah. Japhet's tribe is considered to be the progenitor of European and, later, East Asian peoples. In other words, Indo-European or Aryans. Japhet is also equated with the Greek titan Aipetos, mentioned by Homer, the ancestor of the Hellenic people, named after Helen of Troy, whose bloodline was considered sacred, which I recently covered in a video about Mary and skull symbology. In the 7th century, Isidore of Seville, who is often regarded as the last scholar of the ancient world, published his noted history, in which he traces the origins of most of the nations of Europe back to Japheth. In Scotland, histories tracing the Scottish people to Japheth were also widely published. I have another video linked in the description about how Scotland got its name. Princess Scotta, ancestor of the Gaels, was also known as Meritaten, a daughter of King Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti, and sister of
LOL, that says Skolton. That's not Scotland. It says Skolton.
King Tut, who were all part of the Hyksos dynasty of Egypt. In Egyptian, Hyksos means foreign rulers, and they introduced the horse, chariot, and bronze medal to the African continent, as well as Aten worship, which is considered the first form of monotheism, meaning the belief in one God, which in this case is symbolized by the sun. Josephus calls them the shepherd kings, and anthropologically speaking, they entered Egypt via the Middle East, starting from Anatolia. So now things should start falling into place, as the Scythians were blonde and red-haired and had blue eyes, just like many of the Egyptian statues, and a phenotype common in Scotland and Ireland. The Ashkenazi Jews also predominantly have fair hair and light eyes.
Oh, you said keep watching, keep that thought in mind? Okay, cool.
In Islamic tradition, 36 languages of the world could be traced back to Japheth, and he's usually regarded as the ancestor of the Gog and Magog tribes, and at times of the Turks, Khazars, Illyrians, Dacians, and Eastern Europeans around the Ukraine. That said, many of the last Scythians were absorbed into what today are called Slavic people, who are also fair-haired with light eyes. The Polish can also claim descent from the ancient Iranian Sarmatians, part of the wider Scythian cultures, making up the dominant Baroque culture and ideology of the nobility that existed in the times of the Renaissance to the 18th centuries, that also extended into Ukraine and Russia, which is why Russian money from pre-
That's fucking rude, dude. No zestiness here under Scythia? That's fucking lame. Wow. Wow. Oh, and I missed a tentacle porn comment. Unbelievable. Dude, I guess Tartaria, they were a bunch of bigots.
Communist times boldly bears Aryan symbology prominently in the middle of the currency. As I've stated several times before, the Prophet Muhammad himself had red hair, which brings us to the Khazars. When one looks at a map of Indo-European or Aryan expansions and compares it to a map of the Khazarian Empire, the similarities should speak for itself. The same geographic area attributed to Ashkenazis as they're ethnically one and the same. I'll also include a link in the description to a prior video I did about the Templars, a German sect that settled Haifa a century before Israel's independence, which today is largely populated by Germanic Ashkenazi people whose ancestors arrived on nationalist socialist ships from 1933 to 1939 in a secret agreement that is historically factual, even if no longer publicized.
I lived in Palestine from 1933 to 1936, and we saw every week transports of German Jews coming to settle in Palestine.
German Jewish settlement of Palestine was, for a time, official Nazi policy. These photos of Jewish life in Palestine, along with a lengthy text, appeared in 1934 in the Berlin paper Der Angriff. A Nazi Visits Palestine was the title of the multi-part series. A medal was struck by Goebbels in commemoration. On one side, the swastika. On the other, the Star of David.
These same Indo-European Aryans, who were the Hyksos pharaohs, were not only linked to the Phoenicians, which means red, but were also the Knights Templar, the people who conducted...
Kind of sounds like they're friends. Or maybe literally two sides of the same coin. Like, could you literally spell it out any harder? You know what I mean? Nazis, Zionists. You know what I mean? Y'all ever seen that coin? It's bizarre. Literally two sides of the same coin. It's brilliant.
The Crusades.
Dude, Source is funny as fuck, right? That shit's funny.
Which were a series of wars by Europeans to recover the Holy Land from Muslims in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, and carved stone churches out of rock in Lalibela, Ethiopia, including swastikas and Star of David, or Steel of Solomon if you prefer, symbols with the Templar cross in the middle of it. It has also been suggested
that shit a Merkaba
by many authors, such as Sigmund Freud, in his book Moses and Monotheism, that Moses was actually born into an Egyptian household, rather than being born as a slave and merely raised in the Egyptian royal household, and was himself royalty, with many others also concluding that the noble bloodlines of the biblical Israelites were synonymous with the Hyksos pharaohs, both associated with serpent symbolism, which ties into the legend of St. Patrick, who drove the snakes out of Ireland, since Ireland never had snakes during the entire Holocene, and before that was covered by a mile of ice, so it's clear the snakes represented pagans, which is another way of saying druids.
A mile of ice. Get out of here. Grow up. A mile of ice. You talking about glaciers? Oh my frickin' god. These people are talking about glaciers.
The druids...
I don't know who's more of my enemy, glaciers or Paul. Honestly, at this point, I'm starting to think glaciers because Paul's my friend.
Were the Scythian royalty, and this bloodline were also known as dragons, and are symbolically portrayed as a dragon or serpent in many European myths and legends. This dragon symbolism can be seen in Transylvania, where we find Dracula, which translates into dragon, who incidentally Prince Charles claims he's genetically related to. As for the Druids, their kings were called Pendragons, as they were in the Middle East, and can be traced back to Anatolia, where they were also the Proto-Sumerian ancestors venerated by the Germanic secret societies, such as the Vril and Thule Society, and who also left mummified remains in China known as the Tocharians, near massive pyramids in China, which are either ignored or purposely hidden by the communist Chinese government, who know the truth of where their first emperors, swastikas, and dragon symbolism really stems from, not to mention Buddhism itself. This royal bloodline was also known as fairy royalty. So not only were the Druids, or dragon kings, Scythians from Aryan Anatolia, the same Aryan tribes that introduced the thunder god Thor and his hammer to Europe, which is named after Europa, a Phoenician princess, but also the Saxons, or Anglo-Saxons, as well as the Getai, meaning goat in Swedish, which were also the Thracian tribes that once inhabited the regions to either side of the lower Danube, in what is today northern Bulgaria and southern Romania, sharing affinities with the Goths, which are the German tribes of northern and eastern Europe, as well as the Guti of Mesopotamia, and becoming the mighty Kush Empire in India. Now let's look at a quote by Lawrence Gardner from his book Realm of the Ring Lords, The Myth and Magic of the Grail Quest. Quote, the Tuatha De Danann were the Black Sea princes of Scythia. Like the original dynastic pharaohs, they traced their descent from the great Pendragons of Mesopotamia. From them sprang the kingly lines of the Irish, Brutni, and the Picts of Scotland, Caledonia. In Wales they founded the royal house of Gwynedd, while in Cornwall in the southwest of England, they were the sacred gentry known as Picts. So from a single cast of the original blood royale, whether known as the Sangreal, the Albigens, or the Ringlords, we discover many of the descriptive terms which sit at the very heart of popular folklore. For here, in this one noble race, we have the elves, fairies, and pixies, not beguiling little folk, but distinguished kings and
Yeah, glaciers are the original cucks. True.
queens of the dragon succession. So in closing, I'll remind my subscribers that regardless of any post-World War II propaganda, including films by Steven Spielberg and other Hollywood moguls who are not historians or anthropologists, but globalists with political agenda, the swastika symbol and star known as the Seal of Solomon or David are found side by side in antiquity, such as the archaeological ruins of the Temple of Jupiter in the Phoenician city of Baalbek, which incidentally, Japheth is where we get the modern English spelling for Jupiter, who in Christianity is Saint Peter. The serpent culture stretching from Ireland to India and even deeper into the Far East, Asia, and Japan. But that'll be left for another time when I tie this in with ancient Aryan presence in the New World, which is not really new at all, and whose entire history, as taught in modern academia, has been corrupted and falsified, as America was not named after Amerigo Vespucci, but after America, an Incan word which is literally translated into land of the plumed serpent, another way of saying winged serpent, a symbol etched into the ancient stone of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Thank you for listening. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon. My books make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those who are interested. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button and subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts, so please leave a comment below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
2-for-1, baby. Dude, these... I'm only happy when it rains. Dude, I hope these are Robert Sepper. Oh, he's a duck man. I respect that.
It looks like it might rain today, so I'm just going to feed my friends here and cut this intro short. Today's episode will be a continuation on the theme about the Scythians, their ancient origins, and the influence of their lineage on history, which continues until this day. The Merovingian dynasty was the ruling family of the Franks from the middle of the 5th century until 751. Their royal bloodline emerging as the King of the Franks, a group of Germanic people whose name was first mentioned in 3rd century Roman sources, but along with other Germanic tribes that area around the Black Sea, including the Caucasus Mountains, which is ships from 1933, distinguished kings and queens of their lineage on history. Drakon, it's called history. Aryan dynasty was the ruling family of the Franks.
I forget what I was going to say about Mushka. She's cute, though.
From the middle of the 5th century until 751. Their royal bloodline emerging as the King of the Franks, a group of Germanic people whose name was first mentioned in 3rd century Roman sources, but along with other Germanic tribes that I mentioned in my last video, stem from Scythians or Aryans that penetrated.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I was going to say that Mushka's Bleepo hasn't been out. She's actually been under control for the last... Yeah, it's still good. I'll let you know, though. I'll keep you updated if her bloop blop sticks out. I'll have to end stream because I'll have to rush her to the emergency room.
Into Europe from Anatolia. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll leave a link in the description. It's called History of the Royal Dragon Bloodline, and their ancient symbol was the dragon, which comes down to us in legends of invading dragons in European mythology. When we look up the etymology of the word dragon, we find that it says, from Old French dragon, and directly from Latin draconom, or draco, meaning huge serpent, and from Greek drakon, meaning serpent, giant sea fish. But then it also says it stems from dirkistai, to see clearly, and from Proto-Indo-European dirk, to see. In Sanskrit, visible. In Old Irish, I have seen. Old English and Old High German, light, clear. And Albanian, which linguistically is very close to the original Proto-Indo-European, and means light. Then it goes on to say, perhaps in the literal sense, it's the one with the deadly glance. That's interesting, and conjures up the ancient symbol that is most commonly referred to as the evil eye, which is famous all over the Mediterranean.
Bro, that's the emoji.
Since ancient times, spanning much of what has once been the Phoenician Empire, colonies, and trade routes. In Hebrew, dragon translates to Tannin, a great sea monster, which brings us back to the Merovingians, whose name is said to derive from Merovi, king of the Franks. According to the legend, Merovi had two fathers, King Clodion and a strange beast of the sea. The druidic title of Pendragon, which means high dragon or king of kings, was passed on to the Merovingian kings in 666 AD. In Bloodline of the Holy Grail, Lawrence Gardner says, quote, "Despite the carefully listed genealogies of his time, the heritage of Merovios was strangely obscured in the monastic annals. Although the rightful son of Clodion, he was nonetheless said by historians Priscus to have been sired by an arcane sea creature, the Bisti Neptunus. The Cimbrian Franks, from whose female line the Merovingians emerged, were associated with the Grecian Arcadia before migrating to the Rhineland. As we have seen, they called themselves the Numaj, people of the New Covenant, just as the Essenes of Qumran had once been known. It was Arcadian legacy that was responsible for the mysterious sea beast, the Bisti Neptunus, as
low-key, people were spiritual and fit back then, but they weren't, like, hot.
symbolically defined in the Merovingian ancestry. The relevant Sea Lord was King Pallas, a god of old Arcadia. The immortal Sea Lord was said to be ever incarnate in the dynasty of ancient kings, whose symbol was a fish, as was the traditional symbol of Jesus. This sea creature represents Neptune, the god of the sea in mythology, who is said to have founded Atlantis, which is the pagan version of the pre-flood civilization which God judged in Genesis, and it describes the intermarriage of mankind with the sons of gods. Quote, "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, of which were of old men of renown." It implies that the serpent seed continues after the deluge through Noah's Caucasian descendants, with the serpent being perceived in different ways depending on the civilization. As even Jesus is said
Happy I don't have a fish ass. I don't know, it might be fun. You never know.
to have referred to serpents as wise. The legend of King Merovi seems to conceal the true origins of the Merovingian race in remote antiquity. Merovius derives from the French words mer, meaning sea, and ver, meaning werewolf or dragon. The book of Revelation informs us that the dragon is the devil and Satan. Yet the Hebrew word Satan means an adversary or one who resists. So again, what should be considered is from whose perspective is the story being told. This helps to explain the esoteric allusion to the Merovingians' progenitor, King Merovi, a king of France sired by a mysterious beast of the sea, and the claim that the Merovingian dynasty is of literally satanic descent. In the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, the authors tell us, quote, "There are at least a dozen families in Britain and Europe today, with numerous collateral branches who are of Merovingian lineage. These include the House of Habsburg, Lorraine, Planter, Luxembourg, Montesquieu, and various others." According to the pre-war documents, the Sinclair family in Britain is also allied to the bloodline, as are various branches of the Stuarts. In many of its documents, the scion asserts that the new king, in accordance with the Merovingian tradition, would rule but not govern. In other words, he would be a priest king who functions primarily in a ritual and symbolic capacity.
Dude, I know for a fact Paul is a fucking Habsburg.
And the actual business of governing would be handled by someone
they're all inbred mutants.
else, conceivably by the Priory de Sion. After the Merovingian dynasty was deposed by the Roman Church in 800 AD, their bloodline was preserved by the imperial and royal dragon court, which conspired to regain control of the Holy Roman Empire through infiltration of church and state. Their insignia was a dragon in the form of a circle and a red cross, the Rosy Cross of the Priory de Sion, the Knights Templar, and the Rosicrucians.
Oh, fuck
King Sigismund of Luxembourg was king of Hungary and Croatia from 1387, king of Germany from 1411, king of Bohemia from 1419, king of Italy from 1431, and Holy Roman Emperor from 1433 until 1437, and the last male member of the House of Luxembourg. When he reconstituted the imperial and royal dragon court in 1408, called the Societas Draconis, it was based upon the ancient bloodline tradition he had inherited from his presumed Egyptian and Scythian ancestors through the royal house of Vir of Anjou. This line had descended on one side through the Tooth of the Danann, or the dragon kings of Anu, who come down to us in myth as a race of fairies, and not in a metaphysical context, but an actual race of people that settled Ireland.
Zesty little fairies. Ooh!
From around 800 BC, as well as the Black Sea Scythian princes from around modern Ukraine, which I covered in my last video,
nice
and
hat,
identified
bro.
as synonymous with the Aryans, and the Egyptian dragon dynasty of Sobek, who is the crocodile god portrayed as a crocodile-headed man with the headdress of feathers and a sun disk, known as Sukos in Greek, associated with pharaonic power, fertility, present in the ancient Egyptian pantheon from the Old Kingdom through the Roman period. This Egyptian lineage, incidentally, included the bloodline of the Davidic house of Judah, who married into the Merovingian kings of the Franks.
1 minute.
In the book Holy Grail Across the Atlantic, author Michael Bradley says, quote, "There was a very great Jewish component among the Sicumbrian Franks, Merovingians, and because they practiced polygamy, they left a great number of offspring. These aristocratic Merovingian children married into almost all of the noble families of Europe during the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries. This has prompted more than one historian to suggest that the foundation of European nobility is Jewish." According to Nicholas de Vere, author of The Dragon Legacy.
That's Riley's book.
Members of the dragon court would often wear the insignia of a dragon curved into a circle with a red cross, the same emblem of the original Rosy Cross, which had identified the Grail succession from before 3000 BC. Quote, "It is just possible that in the Merovingians we may have a dynasty of Germanic Hirconage, which means army kings or military leaders, derived from an ancient king."
Happy 9/11 to you. Happy 9/11 to you. Happy 9/11 to Mushka. Happy 9/11 to my girl. She's so cute. And spank that butt. Don't look at her hole. Yeah, show us the cute little face. Wait, you're too close. You gotta back up. You're too close. Show us your bloop bloop. Wait. Did I see something? Go back. Wait, come here. Show us. No. She's clear. Are you clear? She's clear for now. Oh, this is usually when she gets it. Hold on. Stand by. Clear. Alright, you're lucky. You're lucky.
Family of the migration period. The princedoms of Vir are actually cultural manifestations of genetic qualities carried in the historical elven blood royal. Established in Angiers in 740 as a royal house arising from far...
Dude, we're fighting fucking fairy elves. I'm so sick of this shit. Stop zooming in on the hole. I avoided the hole. Thank you very much.
Far older sacral, regal, Pictish, Scythian Vir origins rooted in antiquity. The House of Vir is recorded in a single name and in an unbroken line for over 1,300 years, and consequently...
Okay, I'll order the damn book.
...is one of the oldest surviving royal dynasties in Europe. The House of Vir are descended in numerous lines from the Merovingian dynasty and consequently share in this ancient Germanic royal blood tradition. Here's Nicholas de Vere in his own words.
What is the significance of the...
Onlyfans.com/Aunt Deb Gone Wild.
dragon symbolism, symbolizing, I guess, the origin of this race and the source of the power that it represents.
Uh-oh, boys.
I remember you saying...
We made it past 9/11. That means we are going to have a second glass of booch. But not a third or a fourth.
You can trace that back to the Sumerian figure of Tiamat, the original dragon goddess, who sort of represented the chaos out of which the universe was created.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you exactly?
The symbol of the dragon.
Yes, in connection to what you're doing.
Transcendent consciousness.
Okay.
The ability to clear the mind. Let's have a look at the word dragon. The word dragon comes from the Greek edrakon, which is what they call an aorist, or a verb that hasn't got a past, present, or future tense. It's just a verb of the word dokesthai, which is a word which simply means to see clearly. Now, that means that the word dragon simply means one who sees clearly. The idea of kingship, or the word, let's have a look at the word king. King means to see clearly. And dragon means to see clearly.
Cheers, boys. I gotta learn how to make this shit.
So therefore, dragon king is a bit of a tautology, really, because dragon and king are the same thing, or dragon and prince, the first. The symbol of dragon for me represents, firstly, you have the serpentine quality of it, which has always been associated with healing, with the spinal column and cerebral cortex and so on. Secondly,
and the 33, the vertebrae.
Serpentine figure with wings, it shows that that healing power, or the healing of the mind, has transformed the individual, who now has a higher overview of life through clarity than perhaps other people do. And this is why they were chosen as kings, and this is why, through social engineering for millennia, it was hoped to ensure that that clarity of vision would become hereditary.
Like, dude, they are straight up Bene Gesserits, right? The Bene Gesserits from Dune are real. They're like mixing and matching genetics to try and make like super race. That's why they are obsessed with genetics. Dude, they be showing massive sack on these mermen. Yeah, these mermen are semening all over, dude.
That's what the symbol means to me.
The stories of your ancestors are the oldest ones, you know, the ones that I guess could be identified with the gods of the ancient world. Seems.
Oh, meatloaf. Yeah, dude, with like a crusty ketchup top. What's up, bro?
Like, and I'm just generalizing a whole lot because we're talking about different figures from all sorts of different.
Yeah, I gotta get a SCOBY. Do you make a SCOBY, or you gotta get someone's SCOBY?
Cultures throughout history, but in general we see the same themes in the myths surrounding these figures, that the original race that they came from, the original royal race, is something beyond what we consider to be human now, and that they came from some sort of other world, something that isn't the earth that we know today, that they had some sort of transcendent quality to them that was non-earthly and non-human. Is that correct?
Yes, we are doing research now, Mark Pinkham and I, into the origins of the Anunnaki way back nearly 40,000 years now, 10,000 years before the hybridization of humanity, to possibly Kashmir. They seem to be linked very, very closely with the sons of Shiva, or the Jats, of whom the main king was Sanat Kumrai, who seems to be the first Grail king in human form, so to speak. The place that Shiva came to Earth, which is very much like the falling to Earth of Lucifer, was in what they now call Shangri-La, with this otherworldly situation. But for our people, we have always been associated with Shangri-La, the Elysian Field.
Oh, no way. You can use your current booch to make more booch?
Arcadia, Tiana Nog, and Wynn, which is basically death for the other world.
The Principality of Wales features a red dragon, and we know the British royal family is of Germanic origins. We also see the dragon on the flag of the Qing dynasty, the first national flag of China, as well as the flag of Moscow in the Russian Federation, which shows St. George stabbing a dragon with a golden lance. Of course, there's a dragon on the flag of Bhutan, a Buddhist kingdom on the Himalayas' eastern edge, bordered by Tibet, and known for its monasteries, fortresses, and visits by the Ahnenerbe in the 1930s, the ancestral heritage anthropology branch of the German nationalists, who conducted research into ancient Aryan archaeology around the world, finding archaeological evidence in places like Tibet, as well as the mummies of the Canary Islands, and ultimately linking them to a forgotten global civilization of Atlantis during the Pleistocene, or Ice Age, which settled in Anatolia after a major deluge, and re-established civilization there, spreading out again to other parts of the world as their nobility. That said, it is these Aryan tribes that went by many names, including Scythians, that migrated
look
into
at all
Europe,
the blue eyes, bro.
in several waves, becoming the Druids, and intermarrying with the royal families and becoming sovereigns, the royal dragon bloodline. The House of Dracul, or Dracula, which means dragon, and that Prince Charles claims direct lineage, descended from Attila the Hun, and was established in Central Europe by the son.
Bro, so they all literally just came from these same motherfuckers?
Sons of Genghis Khan. So the Druid kings were descended from Scythian royalty, and later became the Merovingian dynasty, which eventually converted to Christianity.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think I do have enough booch to spare to make more booch. I'll have to go get more booch.
Even after their conversion to Christianity, the Merovingian rulers, like the patriarchs of the Old Testament, were polygamous, particularly...
Yo! Bro, calm the fuck down. Holy shit. What the fuck? Everybody's fucking rocked up. Everybody's bricked the fuck up. What's going on?
With their own bloodline. This ancient use of polygamy in a royal family and occult sex magic is very ancient, as the Scythian line also stretches back into ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia, as this same bloodline was not only that of the pharaohs, but also the Anunnaki, which means those of royal blood, or the serpent seed, or princely noble seed. Which brings us to Robert the Bruce, who was far more than an early Scottish king, but was high-born Merovingian, priest-king of the Celtic Church, liberator of Scotland from England, sovereign Grand Master of the Order of the Knights Templar, and founder of the Order of the Rosy Cross.
So total cuck.
According to Prince Michael Stewart, author of...
Dude, I love that we called that shit. The Red Cross, the Rothschilds, the fucking Rosicrucians, the Knights Templar, they're all the fucking same.
The Forgotten Monarchy of Scotland, quote, in 1307, under the auspices of Robert the Bruce and the excommunicated clergy, the order was restructured into a church with a hierarchy quite independent of Rome. The Templar Church had abbots, priests, and even bishops. The knights began to train the army of Robert the Bruce in the hit-and-run tactics of warfare established in the Crusades. The Roman Church may have betrayed the Templars, but in Scotland they found something far more trustworthy and tangible, a sacred royal house and a priest-king of the Celtic Church succession. The King of Scots was installed as a hereditary sovereign Grand Master, and from that time, whichever descending king held that office, he was to be known as Saint Germain. A new order was then formed, called the Elder Brothers of the Rosy Cross, and several of the Rosy Cross knights then sailed to France for a meeting with Pope John XXII at Avignon. Many historians have presumed, therefore, that the Knights Templar must have disbanded in Scotland, but this was not the case. It was simply that Bruce had contrived the secret order to become even more secretive.
Bro, we called this shit on vibes. We called this shit on straight up vibes, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. This is in that book? The Dragon Bloodlines or whatever? Dragon Legacy?
Indeed, the Order of the Knights of the Rosy Cross had been established by Bruce for Templars who had been valiant at Bannockburn, and this was a very successful cover. The Merovingian dynasty still maintains its legitimacy, and according to members of the organization, will one day openly assert...
Dude, I feel like I'm just getting fucking... Gaia's just whispering goofy jokes in my ear. I don't know any of this shit. She's just tattling. Yeah. You're subconsciously tapped in. Let's go. I mean, I think it's a group effort, too.
assert the divine right of the nobility to rule the world as an angelic race of demigods whose ancestors, they claim, were the fallen angels. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon. My books make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those that are interested. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Please hit the like button and subscribe for future updates. As always,
what else has he been up to recently? Fairy folk of New Zealand, forbidden fruit, drone mystery and alien technology, victory of the soul, Manly P. Hall, Project Looking Glass. Well, here first we got to do an educational.
But really just under 1%. Kombucha is a fermented probiotic beverage enjoyed by many around the world. And if you've ever bought one, then you know it can be expensive. But today is the day where you stop buying kombucha and start making some for yourself. And I'm going to give you the complete guide to kombucha making. I'm Trent Musho, and you're watching The Brew Show. It's Kombucha Day.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make myself enough booch.
Let's start by quickly explaining what kombucha is exactly. At its core, kombucha is a fermented sweet black tea, and it's loaded with probiotics that are great for your gut health. Since it's a fermented drink, it does have some alcohol, but really just under 1%. While the reported health benefits is how this drink came into popularity in the modern era, it's—
Bro, they're gonna intervention me for boochaholism. Boochaholicism. Boochaholicism. Wait, what is it? Alcoholism? Boochaholism? Yeah, boochaholism.
It's believed that people have been making kombucha for centuries. The fermentation occurs when the sweet tea comes into contact with what is called a SCOBY, or symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. Those yeast and bacteria eat the sugar in the tea and create kombucha, and it's as easy as that. I know the SCOBY looks funky and can seem a bit gross, but without it we won't be able to make this fermented drink. And while you can buy one online to get started, growing your own is pretty simple. All you need is one bottle of original flavor kombucha, and hopefully it will be the last one you ever buy.
Woo!
Before we get started, please take a second to subscribe to my channel for more simple fermentation videos like this. Now,
You can put a fucking pineapple in there? Let's go, dude. You just put fruit in the shit? Is that all they do? They sell these bitches for fucking $5? Get out of here. They're just putting cut up fruit in this bitch, and it's a reusable thing, the SCOBY is? Yeah, it's just bacteria shitting. It's just bacteria shit, and they're selling it like premium. It's bacteria, bro. Yeah, SCOBY is so gross. It better not take time, dude. I don't got time. This better be like a day turnaround type shit.
So like I said, all you need is one bottle of original flavor kombucha. Any brand is fine, just make sure it's plain flavored. That way we can start from a neutral place. Inside every bottle of kombucha, there are mini SCOBYs and microscopic bacteria and yeast. Even if you don't see anything, they're there. But what we need to do is grow the culture to become our mother SCOBY. So to do that, we start by making a large batch of sweetened black tea. I'm going to be using this 1 gallon jar, but use whatever container you have.
Okay.
For the tea, I'm using a black leaf tea, and I buy it in bulk to save money. You can technically use other teas, but I recommend you use black for your first batch. Although feel free to experiment. I have seen kombucha made with green tea, hibiscus, and even coffee, but let's save that for another day. I brew up a strong batch of tea, 10 grams and a half liter of water, and let that steep for 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, I strain the tea and then add 100 grams of table sugar. Once the sugar is dissolved, I add more water to the top of the container to just under 1 gallon, leaving enough room for the bottle of kombucha to be added. Make sure the tea is cooled down to under 90 degrees Fahrenheit so that you don't accidentally kill the yeast and bacteria. Then just add the bottle of kombucha and cover it with a cloth or napkin and a rubber band. You want something that can breathe, as oxygen is important for the fermentation process. Now just set that in a somewhat warm place, about room temperature or slightly warmer, and out of direct sunlight for a few weeks.
What?
Depending on how warm it is in this spot, it could take anywhere from a couple weeks to just over a month before you see a difference.
Oh my god!
For a while it's gonna look like nothing has happened. But
what are we growing fucking mushrooms here? Jesus Christ!
just give it more time and soon you will begin to see the tea
What are we
turn
making the fucking Philosopher's Stone? My god!
more cloudy, and you'll eventually see little wispy blobs begin to form. Then when you see a slight film develop on the top, you'll know you officially have
Bro, this is straight up mold.
kombucha. If you want to be 100% sure, you can take a pH reading, and because the fermentation process creates acid, the pH will drop. Kombucha, when ready, has a pH of 3.5.
Okay, but once you have the SCOBY, how long are we talking to make a batch?
to 2.5. The more you brew with the little SCOBY you have, the more it will grow, and eventually it will thicken up like this. When it's growing, it creates new layers, and at some point you'll have so many layers that you'll need to peel them off not to overflow your fermenter.
Ew.
This is a perfect time to share with friends that might be interested in making their own. Now that you have your kombucha, you can stop here and start sipping on this tart and probiotic rich drink. To make more, you just make the same amount of tea as before. 10 grams tea per 100 grams sugar for a 1 gallon batch. Just make sure that you save about a cup or two of the starter liquid with the SCOBY, so you can keep that mother going. Then just let it ferment for about 4 to 6 days, depending on how warm your room is.
Okay.
The warmer, the faster. And in cooler months, it can take a little longer. Check in and take a taste until it's to your liking. If you like it a little sweeter, drink it sooner. If you like it more tart.
But wait, does it come out fizzy then? Or do you have to fucking bottle it and carbonate it?
Then let it sit longer. But be careful, because if you let it go too long, you'll end up with a very strong vinegar taste, which can be hard to drink. But if you want to take it to the next level, you can add some flavorings. To do this, it's very simple. All you need is a bottle to put the kombucha in and some fresh fruit to add flavor and more sugars.
Dude.
The sugar from the fruit will create a second fermentation, or F2, that when the fruit is placed in the bottle and the kombucha is sealed, the fermentation will kick back up and eat those sugars, creating CO2 that will carbonate your drink. I love to experiment with all kinds of flavors. You can get as creative as you want. Just make sure that if you want it to be fizzy, you add something with sugar, like fruit.
I love putting fruit in drinks too, so this will be great.
Or a tiny splash of simple syrup, maple syrup, or table sugar to feed the yeast. The easiest way, in my opinion, is to fill up the bottles and leave about 1 to 2 inches of gap at the top. Then just throw in a few small pieces of fruit.
Oh, this is so much work.
Crushing it slightly to release the juices. And you don't have to go overboard here. Just a few small pieces will give you enough flavor and sugar. Here I'm making a blueberry basil, pineapple mint, kiwi, and strawberry lemon. I also love to add
Dude, these sound bomb.
chia seeds to some of my bottles. I usually add about 2 tablespoons per kombucha bottle and give it a good shake. If you want easier drinkability, you can add the fruit for a few days and then filter them out before adding the chia.
Chia,
I'd love to know,
sounds
what's your
cool.
favorite flavors for kombucha? I like to use either flip-top bottles like this or old kombucha bottles that I have saved. It's important that whatever you use, make sure it's fermentation grade, or else it might explode all over your kitchen. Been there, and it's not a fun day for anyone. These kombucha bottles are great because the tops will flex out when the carbonation is built up, letting you know that they're ready. After you've added the fruit, you can just set them on your counter for about 3 days, and then throw them in the fridge. And once they're chilled, your kombucha is officially ready to drink.
Let's go.
The beauty of making your own kombucha is that you get to make it the way you like it, with the flavors you love. These ones turned out great. Slightly tart and bursting with fresh fruit flavor. If you want, you can strain out the fruit before drinking, or you can just eat the fermented fruit. And if you feel it's too tart or strong, you can always dilute it down with water or add some sweetener like stevia to sweeten it up. It's your booch, do whatever you want with it. But if you have any suggestions on great flavors, I'd love to hear about it. And let me know if you have any questions about kombucha.
Yeah, maybe this weekend I'll see if the farmers market at McCarran has a premium booch. Maybe they're selling scobes.
Please like this video if you enjoyed it, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this.
Just throws in
water?
Throws in an ice cube and pours the booch on the counter. Exactly, dude. What the frick? Should we watch another Robert Seffer?
Very few people know about the Sassoon family, a Jewish dynasty whose wealth, power, and influence span centuries and continents. Often called the Rothschilds of the East, their story begins in Iraq, where they were prominent bankers for the Ottoman Empire. David Sassoon, the patriarch, was born in 1792 into a family of wealth and influence, with his father serving as treasurer to the governor of Baghdad. The notoriously corrupt governor threatened his life, so he decided to flee Baghdad around 1829 due to persecution and extortion to Persia.
How does he have these stones moving, dude?
And then
Yeah,
to British
Vidal
protected
Sassoon?
Bombay, India, now called Mumbai, where he became a successful merchant and established a massive trading business, focusing on commodities like cotton, textiles, spices, and opium. This marked the beginning of the Sassoon family's immense wealth and influence, establishing them as one of the richest families in the world. In Bombay, David Sassoon leveraged his linguistic skills in Arabic, Hebrew, Persian, Turkish, and later Hindustani, and existing trade networks to establish David Sassoon and Company, capitalizing on opportunities within the British Empire's expanding trade networks. The Sassoons grew opium in India to sell in China, then purchased tea and silk from China to sell in England.
These guys were a bunch of cucks. Wait. British hairstylist. Jewish parents in West London. Ashkenazi. Bro, is he part of this? He's part of the Sassoon family? Okay.
India and England, trade flowed both ways, where cotton, sugarcane, wheat, and other crops were sent to England, and English manufactured goods would be shipped to India, and profits reinvested to increase opium production, and the cycle would repeat again in triangular trade.
Are you talking about the walking stand? This is good. This is good. I can tell this is AI. Thank goodness. Good job, Scooter.
The poppies grown in numerous lush fields in India.
That one was not AI.
Were processed by the British East India Company's enormous factory, shipped down the Ganges River to Calcutta, and from there, transported to China and other parts of Asia. With vast profits to be earned from Chinese and Japanese opium dens, David Sassoon and his 8 sons rapidly expanded their drug dealing business, resulting in endemic drug addiction in China's coastal cities. The Sassoons' rise was deeply intertwined with British colonial interest. After the British East India Company's trade monopoly ended in 1833, private merchants like the Sassoons gained access to lucrative markets.
Yo!
David Sassoon.
Dude, hitting the opium on the therapist like lounge couch is a vibe.
Aligned his business with British imperial ambitions, benefiting from the empire's infrastructure, naval power, and political influence.
That SCOBY looked sentient. Yeah, dude, something was up with those SCOBYs, but it tastes good.
His firm established branches in Calcutta, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and England, creating a global trade network that mirrored the British Empire's reach. The Sassoon family's most significant and controversial role was in the opium trade, which became a cornerstone of their wealth, particularly after the first...
Dude, what if the shampoo is just like, you know, Los Pollos Hermanos, and Vidal Sassoon was actually about drug trade? They continued the opium trade. Huh?
Opium War from 1839 to 1842, which was fought between Britain and China, triggered by China's attempts to suppress the inflow of opium. China's loss resulted in the Treaty of Nanking, which forced China to legalize opium, open 5 ports to foreign trade, and grant extraterritorial rights to foreigners. This treaty created a lucrative opportunity for the Sassoons. By the 1860s, David Sassoon and Company dominated the opium trade, handling approximately 70% of Indian opium exports to China by outmaneuvering competitors through direct purchases from Indian producers. The opium trade was legal in Britain and widely accepted as a commodity in the 19th century, quoted alongside gold and silver in commercial papers. However, its devastating social impact in China,
They let little kids do this shit.
fueling addiction and economic disruption, contribute to what is now known as China's Century of Humiliation. The Sassoons' wealth from opium was instrumental in their rise, but also tied them to one of the most morally contentious enterprises of the colonial era. The family's influence extended beyond opium, which financed other ventures, such as building the Sassoon docks in Bombay in 1875, the first commercial wet docks, boosting
Doubt it. Doubt they built them.
India's cotton trade, investing in cotton mills, real estate, and of course, banking. It is at this time when the Sassoons started intermarrying with the Rothschild banking family, merging 2 of the most prominent Jewish dynasties of the 19th and early 20th centuries, marking a significant union of wealth, influence, and social standing. The Rothschilds, an Ashkenazi Jewish banking family from Frankfurt, were renowned for their international banking network across Europe.
Where's Peter Thiel from? Frankfurt. Where's Mr. Beans from? Frankfurt.
The marriage between these families connected their commercial and social networks, reinforcing their positions with global Jewish and aristocratic circles. The most notable marriage occurred on October 19, 1887, when Sir Edward Albert Sassoon, who inherited leadership of David Sassoon and Company after his father's death, married Aline Caroline de Rothschild, daughter of Baron Gustav de Rothschild of the Paris branch of the Rothschild family.
Dude, these fucking Rothschilds, they suck, man. They're so ugly, too. Holy shit. Have we seen, do you think that the Rothschilds have like a succession-like thing going on in their family? Do we know any of the Rothschild kids? Like, they're kind of pretty mum, right? We don't really hear about them.
This marriage was strategic.
Look at this Tartarian fucking mansion they stole. This castle.
Consolidating ties between the Sassoons' mercantile empire, rooted in Bombay, Shanghai, and London, and the Rothschilds' financial dominance in Europe. The couple maintained close ties with the British elite, including the Prince of Wales, later King Edward VII, and their marriage produced 2 children, Philip and Sybil, who further integrated the family into British high society. Philip became a prominent politician, serving as a member of Parliament known for his lavish entertaining, and Sybil married Earl of Roxsavage, blending the Sassoon Rothschild lineage with British aristocracy. Rothschild means red shield, a color that was used to describe the ancient Phoenicians. Phoenician comes from the ancient Greek word phoenix, which means red, a term used by the Greeks to refer to the seafaring merchants of that region, particularly those from cities like Tyre. But the Phoenicians referred to themselves as Canaanites, and their alphabet, which is what our modern alphabet is based on, was identical to ancient block Hebrew. In fact, Europe gets its name from Europa, a Phoenician princess from Tyre, the original capital of Phoenicia, 12 miles from the border with modern Israel. That said, Phoenician DNA sequenced from Carthage has been shown to be identical to European. It is in places like ancient Phoenicia where the symbol known as the Seal of Solomon, or Star of David, was prominently used alongside the swastika, both symbols predating Judaism and finding their Kabbalistic origins stemming from among the ancient Aryan Magi, which means magicians, of Chaldea, which is modern-day Iraq, Turkey, Iran, and Mesopotamia. According to Helena Blavatsky, founder of Theosophy, quote, "The mysteries of the Jews were identical with those of the pagan Greeks, who took them from the Egyptians, who borrowed them in their turn from the Chaldeans, who got them from the Aryans, the Atlanteans, and so on." The Sassoons claimed direct Davidic lineage, the ancient Israelite royal
What's up with the cutting the babies?
bloodline from which Jesus Christ was believed to be descended.
Dude, we do need to do a deep dive in, like, if anyone ever has time, you know, a couple of hours, you want to just, like, chill on TikTok, you should go and sit outside a mattress firm and just see if anyone ever goes in. I bet not a single person goes in. Who goes to a mattress firm? Why are there so many? What the frick's going on there? You know what I mean?
Figure, the noted Kabbalist Avram Sassoon, claimed descent from the 5th son of King David. Cecil Roth, in his book The Sassoon Dynasty, says, quote, "After it attained prominence, the Sassoon clan endeavored to link itself up with these remote but tempting distinguished homonyms. It assumed that, after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain by the Catholic monarchs in 1492, their ancestors immigrated eastward, first to Salonika, then Constantinople, then to Mesopotamia. Salonika was the primary home of the Donme, a group of crypto-Jews who publicly converted to Islam in the late 17th century, but secretly continued to follow the teachings of the Sabbatean movement and its founder, Sabbatai Zevi, who declared himself Messiah in 1666, declaring redemption was available through acts of sin, including ritualistic orgies and tantric alchemy thought to awaken dormant mystical abilities, guarded esoteric techniques brought into Europe from the Holy Land by the Knights Templar. When Zevi was imprisoned by the Ottoman Sultan, he was given the choice of conversion to Islam or execution. He chose to convert, and his followers, the Donme, followed suit, converting to Islam publicly, but continuing to practice their Jewish Sabbatean faith in secret. They are considered crypto-Jews, meaning they outwardly adopted another religion, in this case Islam, but maintained their heretical Kabbalistic beliefs privately. A century after Sabbatai Zevi's death, Jacob Frank, a follower of the Sabbatean movement, claimed to be Zevi's successor and also claimed to be a messianic figure. According to Rabbi Marvin Antelman, Mayor Amschel Rothschild, Adam Weishaupt, and Jacob Frank were connected in the formation of the Illuminati, a conspiracy to establish a global order through the infiltration of secret societies, such as Freemasonry. In his book, To Eliminate the Opiate, Antelman asserts that Rothschild financed both Frank and Weishaupt, motivated by a desire to control global finance and advance a Frankist-inspired agenda for a new world order through Jesuit-like organizational structures. This alliance supposedly aimed to destroy traditional Judaism, Christianity, and traditional social structures, paving the way for movements like communism and Reform Judaism. According to Antelman, quote, "It was the founder of the Rothschild dynasty who convinced Weishaupt to accept the Frankist doctrine, and who afterward financed the Illuminati with the aim of fulfilling the Frankist plot of subverting the world's religions." The Illuminati's goals, per Antelman, included undermining world religions, abolishing monarchies, subverting national borders, and promoting a new world order through infiltration of governments and one.
Oh my god, dude, they literally did everything. I can't believe it. They were like, boys, we're gonna take over the entire fucking world. And they were like, we got this shit. And they did it, dude. They did it. Isn't that crazy?
Noble secret societies. This is said to have influenced events like the French Revolution, Russian Revolution, and modern globalism, which I covered in my video, Subversive Origins of Communism, which is linked in the description. Frank's followers infiltrated Masonic lodges and converted outwardly.
But they're like not actually Jewish, right? They're just like pretending. Their thing is like Baalism, right? Lizards.
To Christianity, while secretly maintaining their beliefs, allowing them to gain influence in institutions like the Roman Church and Vatican. Antelman describes Frankism as a movement of complete evil and labels Frank as one of the most degenerate figures in Jewish history, echoing historian Gershom Scholem's view of him as, quote, a truly corrupt and degenerate individual, excommunicated by traditional rabbis. In 1759, Frank rejected the Talmud, and many of his followers converted to Catholicism, a move that allowed them to continue their messianic work as Catholics, noted by their reverence of the Black Madonna, which Frank perceived as a manifestation of the exiled feminine divine presence, which the Kabbalah calls Shekinah, and the Virgin Mary was his daughter, Eva Frank. She was declared the messianic leader of the Frankist sect, with some followers keeping small statues of her in their homes. While much of this information is unavailable or labeled as conspiracy theory, there are initiates and those with access.
Coked up Pope orgies. Dude, what the fuck are these people? What is going on?
To occult esoteric knowledge that have recently come forward with similar takes. Alexander Dugin is a Russian far-right political philosopher. Born into a military intelligence family, Dugin was an anti-communist dissident during the 1980s and is sometimes referred to as Putin's brain, because of his ideological influence on Russian politics. Dugin recently posted on X, quote, "First, Rothschilds were Frankist and financed Eva Frank, daughter of Jacob Frank, that was considered to be Matronita, Shekinah herself, or feminine messiah in the eyes of cult followers. Soros is part of the Frankist network. That has not much to do with Orthodox Judaism." Soros and the Democrats are essentially part of a large network. They have fundamental economic interests and subordinate politics to these economic interests. They believe it is their duty, right, and mission to reform humanity, which means forcing countries to adopt what they, from Washington, as Democrats, consider right. This leads to the world being flooded with migration and migration chaos, unleashed gender madness. Traditional families better retreat when the American Democrats come, because then there will be pride parades, rainbow flags, transgender movements, gender reassignment surgeries, and a world no longer consisting of men and women, but an unidentified number and kinds of beings. This is the second consequence. And they don't hesitate to use wars to achieve their goals, as they did with the Russian-Ukraine war. We can't allow migrants to simply make a mess of our streets. Let them enter our country without a permit. Let them be violent towards our women. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We can't just sit back and be...
Oh, they did take over the Vatican. It's crazy people can't see it. Why do all Catholic priests wear yarmulkes? Pretty obvious.
Legal. No, there's a solution. You can't let them in.
Robert Sepper. Yo! That's awesome. That's so cool. Bro! Robert Sepper knows how to live, boys. What is going on? Did you guys see it? Uh-oh. The tentacles are back. Robert Sepper, keep it to yourself.
My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can...
This dude took a hard right. Yeah, wait, at the end, the Alexander Dugan shit. Wait, where did that come from? What was that part? Whatever. Let's watch something safe and cozy, like Mushkasto, like My Little Booba. You want to watch a John Levy, and then we'll go to bed? Levi. Like the jeans. Yabinguses. Let's pick a little frickin' John Levi, and then we'll call it. Almost Antarctica. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Or ocean levels. That sounds interesting too. Did we watch that? I thought we were trying to once. The Mormon Conquest of 1852. Holy shit, that might be good too. I miss the Mormons. My tentacle's fully charged. Oh my god, stop telling everyone. That's so embarrassing. Good night, Skitteroni. My tentacle's fully charged.
record. I don't know why, the apprehension. Always. Well, here we are. I think about my video
Dude, John is always hilarious, right?
all week, and usually it never comes out the way I planned. And simultaneously, I'll be working on editing another video. So thinking about one, cleaning up another. And this is what I've been thinking about. A thought is so fleeting. I usually try not to hold on to thoughts until they keep coming around. In research, this is an example. Something that keeps coming around. You can't hold on to everything at once. You can only pay attention to one thing. And oftentimes, unfortunately, in our lives, that is distractions, problems that we think we have. And so if a thought comes around once, twice, thrice, we can pay attention to it. It's a big one. And now this could be, again, research like this, or it could be a great desire of yours that is not so clear yet. Or it could be a negative thought, and these are the worst. They consume so much of our attention and distract us from whatever it is we want. They rob us of our peace of mind. And as I've said, most people believe that they are their thoughts. Thoughts are just a byproduct of your beliefs. Sometimes they're useful, but often become like a bad movie, replaying over and over in your mind, ultimately taking you away from the present moment, distracting you from your awareness of being. So today we're gonna look at things in my backyard. I thank you all for being here. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
He's in Utah, right?
Sorry about the rant, but it was the backstory to today's exploration. So, Utah and the Mormons. The Mormons are said to have trekked across from Illinois here, Nauvoo, to Utah, across the middle of the country. This part wouldn't be bad, perhaps a lot of rivers to cross, but the mountainous Rockies would be another story. Somewhere in the region of 1,000 miles, 11 or 1,200 miles to be precise. 1,200 miles. There we go. And they arrived to Salt Lake City here. In fact, this canyon is called Immigrant.
And nothing was here, and they built all these beautiful all the state capitol and the fucking Mormon temple. They built the whole city all by themselves. Just the little Mormons. They did it while and they also got along with everyone else in the whole world at the same time. And they were like, hey, we're going to decorate our building very reminiscent of yours. And we're going to keep it in the same style, okay? We don't want to do anything different because we want to keep it with the global program. But we're weird and we like to fuck kids. We're kind of doing our own thing, okay? It's so goofy.
Canyon. This is the canyon they came through. It's actually not even the good
Yeah, dude, it's Tartaria ASMR with John Malkovich.
one. Today the good one is Parley's here, which is Interstate 80. They roll in with their oxen and wagons through this canyon and settle in this valley. They built a monument up here on this peak. I used to hike it with my dog. It's called Ensign Peak, and you have this monument up there. And we're told this is where they surveyed the valley from. A really cool place to go, and there's little caves on this side, and there's coyotes over here. But anyway, shortly after arriving, according to history, within 2 or 3 years, he sends a party to settle another area down south. And here we can see Salt Lake City, and down here we can see a town called Manti. Sounds like praying mantis, or at least conjures up those images to me. It's 100 miles, but it's 100 difficult miles. You can't just cut through this lake like I've done here. You have to cut through these mountains, and a very difficult thing to do only 3 years after you arrive drive via wagon and oxen. And yet I think we have an important clue here in this town. It's really nothing more than a town today. Nobody goes here. Nobody cares about Manti. And nobody would ever build a town out here. Here's what they would do.
Bro, the way John said that, nobody cares about Manti. Brutal.
They would farm it. There wasn't a town here. They would just farm. Here you have another little town, Ephraim. And I thought we'd have a little look at Manti history in today's video. Manti is a city in San Pete County. Population in 2020 was 3,400. 3,400. Manti was the first community in Utah to be settled outside the Wasatch Front. Here we're told Chief Walkara, a Ute tribal leader, invited Brigham Young to send pioneers to the area to teach his people the techniques of successful farming.
Whoa, brother, that stinks.
There we go. What did I say? Here they tell us in 1849, Brigham Young dispatched a company of about 225 people to the present location of Manti. They endured a severe winter and lived in temporary shelters dug into the side of a hill, which is now the Manti Temple. Manti was incorporated in 1851. Okay, so that seems to have moved pretty quickly. I mean,
dude, do we think that, like, what if did the takeover shit happen when they say the Civil War happened in the 1850s to 60s? Because that would line up then with them saying all these buildings were founded in 1888 and around there. Because they would start having control of everything, right? Do you think that all the shit before that is totally made up? Or it's like stolen and inverted, right? Because I've heard that the first 6 presidents were black. What if it's all just stolen and everything before the Civil War is just fake? Have these fuckers only had control for 250 years? No. Right? I mean, Satan's little season goes back to Rome, doesn't it? That shit's a long time ago. Why does Satan get to be such a cuck for so long? I thought it's only supposed to be 250 years. I feel like it's always been cucked. Or was it not bad before 250 years ago? I don't fucking know, dude.
We're incorporating? What are we incorporating in 1851? 2 years after Brigham Young dispatches a company, we are incorporating? That's it? We're just incorporating is essentially saying you have a town and you create a corporation to both govern the town and collect fees from the people. And then we're told relations with the Native Americans deteriorated rapidly. And soon there was a war. So this guy invited them here, according to this wiki, which I don't believe. The man invites them to this valley, and pretty soon they're having a war, of course. So they go on, and eventually...
They've always had control, but this is more so. So the last 200, I guess 250 years has been since 1776. Oh,
the Native Americans lose and are relocated to the Uinta Reservation in northeastern Utah. A real dump. So that's what they say. And like I said, you know how I feel about that. But thank God we're not a bunch of ignorant asses in this community. And that's part of doing good research. Sharing and getting feedback in a community and not operating as an island. This tidbit tidbit was shared with me by the channel Streets of Tartaria some time ago now. And what it is the official journal of discourses, carefully safe kept by Mormon historians. And this is a discourse by President Heber Kimball, delivered in the Tabernacle, Great Salt Lake City, October 7th, 1852. 1852. And what does Mr. Kimball tell us? And this man is really serious. You can tell he's not here to bullshit us. So what say you, Mr. Kimball? In the Journal of Discourses, Part 1, 294 to 295. So here he begins by discussing Iron County, which is interesting that all these places are named before they're settled or incorporated. Those brethren in Iron County are ironmongers. Ironmongers. They were the first to go into the iron and coal business and leave their farms. There are somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 acres of land under cultivation in those valleys that you can have the privilege of purchasing. So inheriting, you can have the privilege of these ironmongers' land. So this is very interesting. At first we read about the
BRB
Native
10-1.
Americans inviting Mormon leaders to this area, and now we learn from the Mormon accounts that there's ironmongers that are cultivating land. Some ironmongers, very sophisticated, and they're going to give the privilege of purchasing these lands to their people. Furthermore, he goes on to say, in the city of Manti, which is our topic of discussion today, half of the houses are vacant. Again, let's look at the date here. This is 1852, the beginning as far as the Mormon history is concerned. And he says, in the city of Manti, half of the houses are vacant. There are houses enough empty there to accommodate 50 or 100 families. In Iron County, which is where the ironmongers were, also there are similar advantages. Basically hundreds of vacant houses. 1852. So this is vastly different than the story we read here, that they were invited by Native Americans only to have a war with them and relocate them. Great, but no talk of hundreds of empty homes in both of these counties. And again, everything is named. Go to the city of Manti, not go to this valley and build, as we read here. Go to the city of Manti. Half of the houses are empty. It reaches a point. I mean, I lead up to it, and then we reach the point. That was the point. This story that I'm telling today consists of two stories. The mainstream, which will be the academic version, and then the religious.
Yeah, I guess the mud floods and shit, they all must have happened after like the 1500s, 1600s, because that's when we have the maps, right? That have like the lakes in the right places and stuff, and or in totally different places, and the Great Lakes not existing. The comet of 1811 caused major floods, fires, destructions, etc. Painters painted the event. They painted a mushroom cloud, pretty wild. That one? Oh, this shit. This the mushroom cloud? Cool. Yeah, dude, this is fucking 3-Eye Atlas. Right? It's fucking 3-Eye Atlas. Watch. Dude, okay, what if the Great Awakening ends like this? Where we're all like, they're like, oh, just kidding. Hey, 3-Eye Atlas is going to crash into you guys because you're all misbehaving and you're spiritually awakening. And then we'll have like 3 days where we can see it coming, and we'll just be on social media being like, see, dude, we are spiritually powerful. Let's all just look at it and manifest it turning around and leaving. And then that's how we figure out that we're spiritual beings. And then boom, all the lizards vaporize. We start building buildings with our brains again. No one has to work their dumb fucking job at fucking Starbucks anymore. And no one's got to pay fucking rent. Why can't we just live? What do we got to pay fucking rent for, dude? God. It's such a drag. It's never ending.
Story. And this is only 1850. This is the actual account of the people that settled this state. We don't have to ask what...
Ooh, and you think that the sinking of the land of Mu caused the mud floods? Or at least a mud flood? Yeah.
happened, or how is it possible? This is proof.
Yeah, don't look up is what they're pushing.
That the history we have been sold is a bunch of BS. Now for the next part, I want to show you the best part of Manti. So Manti, we're told in Wikipedia they endured a severe winter by living in temporary shelters dug into the hill on which the Manti Temple now stands. Quite a different story than the official Mormon history. In this official Mormon history, the Mormon leader is telling them to go to a city where half of the houses are vacant, not to dig temporary shelters into a hill to survive a blistering cold winter. But anyway, the Manti Temple is built by the Church of Latter-day Saints. So here we go. Officially, we're told this temple was completed in 1888. Boom. We're also told they...
What year? 1888. I'm going to flip my fucking desk over. Ah!
Dug their shelters somewhere into this hill. 1888, and this is what they built 100 miles away from Salt Lake City. Really fascinating castle, giant wall.
3,000 people live here.
Around it. It really doesn't look like a temple, and all their original temples are the most beautiful. Everything they've built after 1950, or when they really started building them, pales in quality and
like shit,
beauty
dude.
as we see in these older temples. But again, they tell us this was the third built west of the Mississippi River. Really ambitious. I mean, your third temple, and not even in Salt Lake City. Out in Farmville here, as I showed you a minute.
This is crazy.
Ago. This doesn't make any sense for this temple. Again, a community, present day, 3,000 people. How about 1888? 1,700 people. Let's just say all of them went to church. This? Really?
Let's just say all of them went to church.
Here we can see some people down here looking at the flowers. Very pretty. Here another peek at the front. This looks like the entrance. And I want to say I don't know. And of course I don't know. But what it seems like is that if they're sending their people to what they call the city of...
Oh yeah, dude, this looks very similar. Logan Temple. Your grandparents got married here? What is this, in some bumfuck Utah city too? Bro, Utah had some bomb-ass shit. And these cucks stole everything, bro. Damn, that is purty. Purty.
Manti, and telling them that half of the houses are empty. I think we know who was occupying these cities. The other half, and they were relocated, as we read, to a reservation. It's pretty safe to say that this is a smoking blank in the middle of nowhere. Again, let me show you where this is. It's out of the way for anybody. This whole zone here. The only more out of the way is if you were to go east here a little bit. I don't want to get off topic, but yeah. So let's look at something else. Ooh, okay, part 2. I don't know why that kicked my ass. I think because when I sit on the computer, I'm a little tense. I'm not sitting straight, not even thinking about my comfort. It's like all brain and pointing and clicking.
1888 is such a joke at this point. It's so goofy. I'm sick of it. How dare them?
The key is to relax. Relax every muscle. Relax your breath, your face, your mind. And then integrate that into your everyday activities. Slowly. So here, I'm looking at a map. Still on topic, this is a map of part of the 1776 Dominguez Escalante map depicting parts of the present-day southern Wasatch Range and the West Desert near Utah and severe lakes. So the map is Utah. Here we go. I could get rid of that. Anyway, a map. Spanish. 1776. Utah. And what do we see? Well, we see their little trail here, which is actually present-day Interstate 15. Coincidence? I-15 runs straight north from Las Vegas to Idaho, into Montana, and eventually into Canada. Really cool. I'm gonna have to take it one of these days. Great Falls, here I come. Let's have a little look. Ooh, super circuit boardy. It's like a pretty great city. Packed, totally laid out perfectly on a river. Probably a lot to explore here. But anyway, this map, 1776. We see the I-15 corridor, and then it looks like it cuts over into I-80, or Parley's Canyon, as I showed you at the beginning of the video. Or this might be Provo Canyon, the one before it. Sorry, I'm such a basket case today. Anyway, the Spanish map would have gone up through here, through I-15, and then it looks like it cuts in to either I-40 here, or this Highway 6. I think it's probably the Highway 6, but it could be either of these. And what do we see on the old Spanish map? They were following not only the interstate, but probably pillaging gold from these already existing cities. And not just cities, but castle-bearing cities. As we can see here, all the way from St. George, as we can see, I believe, depicted here as St. Joseph. And now this ties everything together, in my opinion. How could they have been so confident on settling this area? And I think we have absolute proof here, not only with the help of these old Mormon historical accounts, but even here in this 1776 Escalante map. It's all here. One of these here may be the Manti Temple. We see San Mateo depicted here. We see the Lago Timpanogos, which looks like the Great Salt Lake. And the Timpanogos are the natives, another tribe that was displaced. And down here we see the Lago Salado, which I believe is Utah Lake. And I think Salado must mean salty. Salty Lake. Very fascinating exploration today. Even for me, who had an idea of where I was going. I hope I've made a good case, and I hope you've enjoyed. I thank you all for being here.
John
I love
Levi.
you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alright, boys. That ends our romp tonight. Wait. Yes. I'm a mushroom daddy. The mushroom anthem is my soul. Alright, boys. Thanks for hanging. We'll be back on Wednesday. Okay? Y'all have a good night now, you hear? We'll get up to this old rascally stuff on Wednesday and Thursday, okay? 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can only hear this guy saying Bueller. That's funny. Bueller. Maybe Civil War was actually white invaders versus natives. I'm feeling kind of, yeah, but also they must have been fucking around during, I mean, maybe it was like the final stand against, like the 1776, the Eastern shit. It took them almost 100 years to finish their conquest to the West. What if, right? And the Civil War was just like them conquering the last vestiges of Tartaria or whatever. Who the frick knows, right, guys? What are we gonna do about it, I guess, but collectively awaken everyone and change the world. That's what we gotta do, right? Aim high, super high. Alright, boys, here we go. We're gonna breathe in through our schnoz. In. Bueller. And out. Bueller. In. And out, Bueller. In. And out. All right, boys. Let's rip it and slip it. The return to the signal. Take a deep breath in and let it go. The world outside can glitch and flicker. The servers hum, the feeds scroll, the networks stall. But beneath all that noise, there is a steady pulse, a signal older than technology, older than language, older than even thought itself. That signal is you, Bueller. It's the hum behind your heartbeat, the rhythm of your breath, the vibration of life itself. As you inhale, feel that signal sinking your body to the earth beneath you, a circuit of calm connection and power. And as you exhale, release all the static, all the stories that aren't yours, all the noise that tries to claim your attention. And exhale again, or inhale again, slow and deep. Imagine light traveling through your spine, rewiring your system for peace, clarity, and joy. We are the grid. We are the flow. And even when the world's networks go down, the true network, the one between all living things, never breaks. Take one final breath and let gratitude ripple through your field. For this moment, for this body, and for this connection, you are still online. Always have been, always will be. Namaste, you little electrical critter. Alright, boys. We gonna go nighty-night. We gonna get fixed up right by Mac. Paul's gotta take that L, 'cause Paul is a cuck. He's a silly little duck. But we love Our silly little muck. Rib. He's our little guy. Alright, here we go. Take your loss, Paul, you a big ol' cuck. Good night, dudes. See you on Wednesday. Namaste.
Comments hit me up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cucks will say I got a problem. Till you lost, Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost, Paul, and protect your chin.
Take your loss, Paul, and take squeaks. Take squeaks, please. You can't come back to Tim.
After yoga and my breath and the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky, then the
cop would try to fuck me.
I'm not basketball player size,
but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom.
I have
a bike, but I might take a jog. Something light, loving life.
Chillin' with my headphones on. I asked Dad how much the ticket costs. Didn't answer, doesn't matter. Still your daddy and your boss. You've been a bad boy. You did a domestic violence to your sister.
To Nirvana, stacking commas. Hit me up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cucks will say I got a problem.
Take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
Take Squeaks, Paul. He's your kitty now. Take Squeaks, Paul. Here, he's yours.
Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim. Yesterday, Paul.
Take the L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans in the cell, Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself.
Chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Squeaks, now is your chance, Squeaks. You're the damn man, Squeaks. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Squeaks. It's time to take your chance.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene
spirit, and we'll take them to Nirvana. Good night, dudes. We'll see you on Wednesday. We'll see you on Wednesday, boys. Can't come back to Tim. Here go lost, Paul.
And protect your chin. Till you lost, Paul. Bells showing all your wizard skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Good night, dudes. Thanks for hanging. Squeaks was a bad. He's bad. He bad. He's lucky he's cute. Alright, boys. Nighty night.